And we are live. Hello everyone. This is one of the various streams that I'm doing about the new events that have been taking place. And there are a lot of topics to cover. And as I said, throughout the week I'll be doing streams about this, and you may be seeing a replay of this because it's a little bit of a late one. And now I'll discuss the topics. So, recently in Las Vegas, there was a sighting of UFOs and aliens. So, what happened was these people were just hanging out in their house, and they see something falling from the sky. And I'm about to look at the article to read to you about it, and news coverage about it, and all of a sudden, these very giant people came. They were standing there with glowing eyes. They're 10 feet tall, 8 feet tall, something like that. Something not from this world. And the police were called. What could this be? This is definitely, in my opinion, not a prank, it's real, and the police were called. And the people had to go and report it. And when the police came, they were saying how they saw this big green thing in the sky. And something fall out the sky, so it was caught on camera. And I personally think that this is part of a gigantic thing going on, because also in Georgia there's apparently a sighting of a strange alien creature in a tree. And I think that it's finally time where, and the NSA has now come out, and people have come out about, and the government, about these aliens, because there's a point where they can't hide it anymore. And another thing that's going on is the government has all these classified documents and information about the aliens. And I think that it's very interesting that they're now being pressured to expose it. And you could comment what you think about these aliens and things. And there's so much stuff going on with the farming, such as organic eggs. There's egg shortages, eggs getting more expensive, and things aren't getting any better. There's a lot of things that are going on. And all these things that have occurred, I believe, are contributing to more mental health issues, in my opinion, with the anxiety people would face about these aliens, because fear comes from stuff you don't know, the unknown. And I think that once we start to understand things get better. So I think a combination of the political climate, the aliens, and all these different things that are occurring are causing people to have more issues, in my opinion. Now I will get over to the article. So, this is about the Las Vegas incident. And Las Vegas family claims to see aliens after several report something falling from the sky. And now I will play the news clip rather, of what's going on here. Alright. Let's see. Alright. That's good.
It is the police call everybody will be talking about. Thanks for joining us here at 6 o'clock. I'm Denise Valdez.
I'm Brian Loftus. A family says something crashed into their backyard, prompting them to call 911, saying they saw creatures walking around.
Our 8 News Now investigators digging into this for weeks now. And tonight, our David Sharns with the video you will only see on 8 News Now. David?
Right, Denise, sources telling the 8 News Now investigators that several agencies believe something landed or crashed. Whether it was non-humans or not, it certainly scared the people living on this property. Now, before we show you that video, listen to their call for help.
There's like an 8-foot person beside it, and another one beside it, and it has big eyes and it's looking at us, and it's still there.
Okay, where is this on your property?
And I want to say, hello, chat. This was a late night stream. I intended it to be much later, like right now. And tomorrow I'm going to do one earlier. So yeah, you could definitely see with this news coverage that this is a very serious situation. And I will continue to roll the clip.
In my backyard. I swear to God, this is not a joke. This is actually weird. We're terrified of it.
So there's 2 people or 2 subjects that are in your backyard?
Correct, and they're very large. They're like
Okay.
8 foot, 9 feet, 10 foot. I don't know. They look like aliens to us. Big eyes. They have big eyes.
Okay.
Like I can't explain it. And big mouth. They're shiny eyes and they're not human. They're 100% they're not human.
This has to be very terrifying to see this, you know, in the yard. And it's definitely a very frightening situation. I definitely would not be comfortable with it. Alright, let's see what's going on here. And yes. Alright, Latina. Nice that you came by. Hope that you come back. But it's good you're taking care of your children. That's good. And as I said, this is the 911 call. And they're not human. And it's like we're living in a mythical world. Definitely. Alright. I'll continue to roll the clip.
Okay.
Well, the 8 News Now investigators obtaining video as officers then responded to the call you just heard. You'll see the officers also saw something in the sky that night, but the big question is, what was it, and is it all connected?
Leave her alone.
It's almost midnight on May 1st when a Las Vegas Metro Police officer's body cam catches this, something flashing low in the sky.
911 emergency.
Minutes later,
There's like an 8-foot person beside it, and another one beside it, and it has big eyes and it's looking at us, and it's still there.
someone calls 911 reporting 2 large figures in their backyard.
No, I'm still nervous right now.
The 8 News Now investigators obtaining another officer's video as he's sent to the Northwest Valley home.
I have butterflies, bro. I've only thought a shooting star, then these people say there's aliens in their backyard.
By now, it's more than an hour after that bright light.
It's like we're in a sci-fi movie. Yeah, it's like we're in a Matrix. It reminds me of the killer clowns from outer space. It reminds me of a lot of these funny movies and scary movies. And it's real. And here it is. They couldn't hide it anymore. And in my opinion, I think that they're either bad aliens. Some of you think that they're just curious about us. I think they also could be the fallen angels. And they used to appear as gods. Now they're appearing as foreign aliens. But it could be a number of those things. Let's continue.
Officers meeting up with the caller and his family.
What'd you see?
It was like a big creature.
A big creature?
Yeah, like around 10 feet tall.
I'm not going to BS you guys. One of my partners said they saw something fall out of the sky too, so that's why I'm kind of curious. Did you see anything land in your backyard? Or?
They see like a big, that's what they say. They see like a big something with light.
What I saw right now, I do believe in it.
Police walk into the backyard to investigate, but Metro blacked out that part of the video because it's considered private property. What's clear? They're taking this call seriously.
Hey, this might sound like a really dumb question, but did you guys see anything fall out of the sky?
Asking others what they saw.
I would normally discount it as nothing. However, seeing as one of my partners said they saw it too. Only reason I'm actually investigating it further.
That investigation turning up no concrete answers as of Wednesday.
One thing you have to take into consideration, in my opinion, like ABL did this earlier. He reviewed this earlier. Very good video. I do think that it is real. It's just, like I was talking earlier to one of our friends, Georgia Peach, about this, and how that basically if you see a giant thing in the yard, it's going to be very frightening. Some people are not going to go to their camera. There's a fight or flight response or freeze. Some people are not going to react to get their camera when there's a giant alien thing literally staring at you. So I do think it's real, and they must have some ability to be able, obviously, to get away quickly. Like to vanish out of thin air. Those are my thoughts, and y'all can say what y'all think. Now we'll continue.
Whatever or whoever fell into that yard, long gone within minutes.
Oh, hey, if those 9-foot beings come back, don't call us, all right? Deal with it yourself. I ain't dealing with that.
So yeah, this is quite weird, Brian was saying as we're watching this story. Now, we've been in contact with the family in that video, and as you heard in that 911 call, they seem very reasonable and honestly quite scared as you heard them in the call. No, they don't seem impaired in any way, and whatever crashed by the time that police got there was gone, but sources say that there's really no dispute. Something was in their yard. Exactly what? We do not know.
I mean, it's so interesting. So, like, the Metro officer sees something, the neighbor sees something. I mean, so what could it be?
Well, we know that there are obviously a lot of military bases around this area. George Knapp.
All right, so I gotta pause this for a second. So, basically, from what I remember was, the military and aliens go back. A lot of you have told me that the aliens were trying to communicate with the military is trying to communicate with the aliens, and that there's some stuff going on with that. And I think, in my opinion, that they must be interested in the military bases for some reason, the aliens. So that's why they're trying to get this stuff done. They're trying to see what's going on, and maybe for nefarious purposes, because there seems to be an interest with the military. All right.
There's a lot of that stuff for us on the 80s Now Investigators. We're showing you drone video from above that area. And we know, of course, Creech not far away, Nellis Air Force Base not far. I checked in with them. They say they are not involved at all, and we are waiting to hear from the Pentagon as well.
And you talked to these people. It seemed completely legitimate to you. And do you have any personal thoughts on maybe what it was?
Right. So it seems from talking to our sources that something happened. There was obviously some flash in the sky. A lot of people saw it that night on the night.
Right, Anthony McQuaid. Those are very good questions. And in this situation, we have more questions than answers. And I will say that usually you would think that they would attack or they would want something. And I agree, they only see the blue-haired people. Yes. And I understand. If I was an alien, I would be hesitant to come here. I don't know what they would want with this place. And also, did it crash? I would be interested to see if it crashed or not, and I do believe that maybe there's information they're hiding from us. Like, when they're going into the people's yard, they didn't say anything. Like, they didn't tape their yard, so there could be things that they're hiding. And something fell out the sky, and it just reminds me of the Roswell crash. This really does. This reminds me of that incident, but with all the technology, it's hard to hide it like they used to, because before, they just say it was nothing. Like, this is what goes on. They say about the Roswell crash. It didn't happen, but the theory is there's these gray aliens that were sitting there, and they were covered by these things, these this covering that protected them, and they go into detail about everything, and they say how it's not real. So in this situation, I wonder where they went. Also, there's beliefs that some of the aliens are interdimensional, so they could travel between dimensions. And they didn't, because I wonder why they didn't attack. I wonder if they were just studying, they're just trying to troll. It really depends. I mean, I remember when I saw the blue giant thing in the sky, and the video I took of it was like, you could hardly see anything. But yeah, when you see these aliens, it's really creepy. Yes, I agree, Anthony McQuaid. I wouldn't want to run into them either. All right. Now I will proceed to read this article, and then I'm going to read more. Basically, alright, so Las Vegas, the family claims that something crashed in their backyard and have promoted them to call 911 about it. The non-human beings. I wonder what the 911 operator was thinking. It's like this non-human being, and that's going to be a new dictionary word, and the thing is in the backyard. And also, and this occurred on 11:30 around April 30th around 11:50 p.m. in Las Vegas, and the Metro police officer's body camera and the video record as something streaked across the sky. So maybe something did crash, or something was transporting around. And Anthony, I do believe that they're interdimensional travel. I do believe in it. That's probably what was going on. And also, something low is streaking across the sky, and several people across California, Nevada, and Utah, they reported seeing some strange flash in the sky, like a meteor. And sources tell 8 News, now investigators, that it's likely something crashed into the yard, but exactly what remained is unclear. More than a month later, drone video shows a circular imprint in the dirt. Yeah, I know. What are they smoking? Yes, I agree. So to answer your question, Anthony, it does seem that the sources tell that there was something that crashed into the yard. Something did crash, and we're learning this like a month later. I don't know why they had to wait a whole month to go and tell us what was going on. It's ridiculous. I think that basically these people the government and the people are hiding something, and something definitely did crash. Because it wouldn't make sense, and I wonder why they're crashing. I wonder if it's like you see some blue hair Karen, and then the thing just starts malfunctioning, and they don't know what to do, and they crash. And also, in this next part, you can see the info on the Las Vegas Strip. There are some more things going on. And recently in California, there was a UFO sighting over a military base. I don't know what's with them military bases. So, Anthony, they were saying about how there was something there. Like, there was an imprint on the ground. The drone saw it, and I could say that it... Okay. That it was basically... There was a circular imprint in the dirt. And I think that they're hiding it. That's what a lot of us think, that they're hiding it. And about 40 minutes later, they had the call that something fell from the sky, and on the screen, let's see if I think it's on the screen. So on the screen, this thing you see that's falling from the sky right there, this thing fell from the sky, and I could show a clip of it, but this is a still picture of this weird thing in the sky, and then something falls. And that's basically what they were saying. Alright. Right, and the caller was like, there is an 8-foot person beside it, and another one is inside us. And it has big eyes, and it looks at us. And it's still there, the caller told dispatchers. And, okay, where's your property? And also, in the backyard, and they swear to God there's no joke. Actually, they were terrified. And there are 2 people in the yard or 2 subjects. So it's either a subject or people. That's interesting. Because we have to come up with new terms now because of all the craziness that's going on with these UFOs. Because Congress, another article I'm going to read, Congress, a lot of this has been hidden from Congress and the government, and they need certain parts, they need to know what's going on, because other factions of the government are hiding these things. Yes, I agree, Anthony, that it is in the hands of someone evil. Yep, I agree. Because think about it, it's like, you don't have to do anything in secret, because you do good out in the open. And also the caller was saying they're very large, 8 to 9, 10 feet tall. They look like aliens, the big eyes. And they can't explain it, because this is what it's like, because when these things come, like the gods of the old world that came, and people saw the gods of Egypt and the gods of India, it's like the same thing, in a different form. And the dispatcher was like, okay. And that was some report in Las Vegas, and the Metro Police call the log news now to investigators obtain shows several other family members confirmed the sighting to police. So there's more than one person that was saying this was going on to the police. And it's not just like one person was smoking something, and they may have been smoking something, but they all were seeing this crazy thing, and it's like being in a movie, as I said earlier. And the dispatcher sent 2 officers to the home to investigate, and the officers were like, they didn't want to really come back and see the thing. And I like how it just vanishes out of thin air. Because this is like a sci-fi movie. Because a lot of this has probably happened before all the time, but the technology wasn't advanced enough so they're able to censor it better, in my opinion. And the people were saying in the article that they were nervous. And the officers were nervous because it's a very scary thing. And it's kind of blacked out. It's kind of censored, but for some reason, which I think is odd to censor these things, because I've seen so many police TV shows, so many body cams that say that people could see backyards and things. There's no need to censor it. So there's a theory that whatever is being censored right here in the picture is being hidden. And they're saying they're not BSing the police. And I'm not going to BS you guys. One of the partners said that they saw something fall from the sky too. So the police are confirming that they also saw something. So more than one person in a general area, even across state lines, are seeing this thing. Or these occurrences. Yeah, and then the police officer asked what you asked, Anthony. Is there anything land in the yard? That's what they're wondering. And the video shows one of the officers walking into the backyard to investigate. But the Metro Police backed out a part of his body camera video citing privacy laws. And so this is where they think there was a crash sighting, and apparently a drone, from what the article says, in my opinion, that there was this indentation in the ground. So they must be trying to censor something that they saw. And there's a quote, "I don't believe in it, but what I saw right now, I do believe in it." A witness told police, "You guys seem to legit scared, so I don't blame you." And that's what the officer says. And in Las Vegas, there's mysterious lights, that are hovering over the sky. And around the same time, this is something new. This is something exclusive. Around this time, another witness told police that they saw an SUV circling the area. While one officer is investigating the backyard, a second officer is talking to neighbors driving by. This might sound like a really dumb question, the officer says, but do you guys see anything fall out the sky? An officer asks a passenger in a passing car. I would normally discount it as probably not real, but however, seeing as one of my partners saw it too, the only reason I'm investigating it further. So, the police officer is in such a situation of awe that they had to go and ask others if they saw it, and they have it on camera. They're censoring the yard, and they basically are trying to figure out and ask people what's going on. In the Metro Police's investigation, turned up no concrete answers of Wednesday. They were initially open for several days, and the department has since closed the case because they don't want, in my opinion, they're trying to hide something. The family said officials returned to the home over several days to investigate, and the police were saying how they didn't want to come back. And also, the Pentagon was investigating this. They're curious about what's going on with this thing. And I think that it's very wild. I'm reading your comment, Anthony. That's why I paused for a moment. Yeah, I totally agree with you. The aliens are evil, and they don't want their plans known, and the politicians and law enforcement involved themselves are... That's a good point. It's possible that they could be in on it too, because they can appear, they could shapeshift. Like a lot of the conspiracies about the lizard people shapeshifting, it's possible that they were in on it, and possible that the governments could be having an alliance with the aliens, because the Bible says the sons of God had domain over the earth and over the people that were running the world. So that would be possible that they were that they're working with them, or those people may have been the aliens. That's a very good point. And, basically at this point, it could be anything, really. And the Pentagon is investigating it, and I think it's very insane. And it's like a movie. And if you're talking about a specific movie, you could elaborate on that. Alright. So, this is another clip of it. I have to mute it because of the copyright stuff. Alright. Yeah, so you could see right here, this thing falls out the sky. Maybe it's a crash. Maybe they're floating around. What do you all think that is? Because this was part of the crash. I'm going to stop talking. Well, there's no sound, so that's why I was talking while this thing was playing. But so basically, you see this thing, and it's falling out the sky. And this was right before, around the time the people saw aliens in their backyard. Alright, so it was minutes after that this thing occurred, that this thing fell from the sky right here. Right after that, that's when this thing started to... the aliens appeared in the yard. So, right.
Beside it, and another one's inside, and it has big eyes and it's looking at us, and it's still there.
I wanted to find some aliens. Well, hey, if those 9-foot beings come back into your backyard, you call the police and we'll come back here. Okay? Yeah.
Yeah, so you could see how frightened the people were about it. And yes, and I remember that story. Like, there was some story about these witches. That's something I get to in a moment, or in a little bit. Yes, the Pentagon mothership. Yeah, and people thought it was a meteor. That's what they're saying now. The people thought it was a meteor. But it actually seems more like it was a spaceship or the aliens moving around different dimensions. And that's them. This was like when the police body camera footage that isn't censored because it's not hiding anything. That's when the people were talking about it. And it's so crazy. You have something coming from the sky. Then you have aliens appear in someone's yard. This is just mind-blowing. And the angels, like the Nephilim that I talk about, how they're real tall, sound similar. All right, so that is basically that with the Las Vegas story. That I think that there is definitely some kind of visitor going on, and also over here the U.S. urge to reveal the UFO evidence after claim that it has enacted alien vehicles. So this is saying how there are alien vehicles. So like what you were saying earlier, Anthony, how the government has these alien vehicles that they're hiding. I think that is absolutely interesting, because that's exactly what we were just talking about. And now, since they can't hide it anymore like they used to, they're now going to come out about it. Alright, I had to turn off my mouse and turn it back on because I'm being silly. So, now we're reading this one. Whistleblower or the former intelligence official says the government possesses and enacts partially intact craft of non-human origin. And also, one thing I want to, before I get into this, I'm going to show this probably to a couple of different waves of people that come through here, but so Anthony, recently in Georgia, there was this alleged sighting of an alien creature that somebody saw up there, and I want you to, although like I'm going to do a video about this and a survey about this, of what do you think of this thing? It's this thing that was seen in a tree around the same time period that these alien sightings are going on, and it was a creature that somebody was like seeing outside their house and they took a picture. I'd like to know your thoughts about this. I think that there could be hoaxes. I don't know what this creature would be from, if it was CGI or edited. It could be edited, but I think it probably could be real, but I'm interested to see other thoughts about it. It was just somebody on Facebook over there in Georgia was putting that out. And then people wanted this to be exposed because it's around the same time that this is going on. And because usually if you're going to put a picture on something, you have to get the character, and that's something I've never seen before, and it has the glowing eyes. And it looks like a strange thing. It definitely does. But it could be from a movie or something, but I think it could be real. Because the people were saying that they saw this, and they were not making it up. So, I'd be interested to see what chat says about that. And going back to this. Alright, so going into this article, is that the U.S. has urged to disclose evidence of UFOs after whistleblower former intelligence official says the government has possession of intact and partially intact alien vehicles. Wow, that's really deep, that they have alien vehicles that are intact, that they're keeping from us. The former intelligence official, David Grush, who led analysts of unexplained anomalous phenomenon. Unexplained anomalous phenomena. Just the names these people come up with is really cringe. They have to come up with these little things to try to trigger people. Means it, they can't just call it what it is. They can't say it's an alien or it's a UFO. They have to call it like this unidentified phenomenon, fantastic, marvelous thing we don't know what is. So it was somebody, going back to that picture, Anthony, going back to this for a second, that basically somebody was looking at the tree and they saw that there. It wasn't the person in the tree. But they swear that it's real. But I agree with you. It could go either way. So basically, and you're right, it's like if somebody's taking a picture, you would think that they would be traumatized. Yes, I see what you're saying, or too frightened to take the picture. Yes, it could go either way. And I'm going to do more surveys all over YouTube about this. So I will also let you know what people say with the new things that are coming out. And the albino black person. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And good points, Anthony McQuaid. Thank you for your response. And I'm going to go back to the article now. And you could still talk about this. It's fine. I could go back and forth. And putting chat back here so I can see what's going on. And so, continuing. The Defense Agency of Unexplained Anomalously within the U.S. Department of Defense Agency has alleged that the U.S. has aircraft of non-human origin. It's like they can't say alien, they have to say non-human origin. Information on these vehicles is being illegally withheld from Congress. So to answer your question and your good point you had, Anthony, is that these people are doing something illegal. They're illegally withholding these things. Yes, indeed, Anthony. And information on these vehicles is being illegally withheld from Congress, and Grunch was saying, and Grunch said when he turned over the classified information about the vehicles to Congress, he suffered retaliation from government officials. So we can see all the theories that we've talked about when we've gone live on here, and we've talked on millions of times, even before my time on YouTube, that the government does not want people to know about these things, and they're purposely hiding these supernatural sightings. And clearly in this article, how they're saying how there is retaliation happening because what's going on. And about the sighting in Georgia, the person says that they saw it, they're not lying, and they really saw that. But as I said, it's up for debate. I just wanted to put that out there to see the thoughts. Just one more thing about that, to give more context about the picture I just showed a moment ago. And Jonathan Gray, a current U.S. intelligence official at the National Airspace Intelligence Center, confirmed the existence of exotic materials to the debrief, adding, "We are not alone." Right, so now it's coming out that we are not alone. I remember when at school, the psychologist was like, I'm dangerous for thinking that there's portals and that there's aliens, and my friend and I were dangerous, and there's something wrong with us, and that there's something defective about me. And also, we could basically see in this situation how the truth is coming out, and I'm going to see what's going on, chat. You understood, Anthony? Alright, Latina. It's good that your kids are having fun. Yes, the Nephilim. So, basically what the Nephilim would technically be in a hypothetical situation, I want to make clear what these things could be or could not be. That so to answer your question, basically these things could be fallen angels that are disguised as aliens deceiving us, like they did, like the false gods were fallen angels, and then the sons of God came to earth. They mated with the earth people and had the Nephilim offspring. So the Nephilim are the offspring of the fallen angels and the humans, and they were very tall, so you could see the traits, the Nephilim traits about these things. They could be spirits of the Nephilim, but they could be the people that helped create the Nephilim. Like, that was their ancestors. And now they're messing with us again. And they seem to be very interested, Latina, with the military bases, like we were talking about a couple of months ago in one of my comment sections. They're all over these military bases. And they're all in your area. California was one of the areas that was seen in this big sighting. And Las Vegas and Utah, all that part of the country was witnessing these alien sightings. So, to answer your question, they are messing with us. Yes, they're very tall humans. Yes, they're the Nephilim, as we said, the giants in the Bible. We were grasshoppers compared to them. And these things are very tall aliens. And the fallen angels, the angels are very tall. So there is a correlation, a possible correlation, between the aliens and the biblical angels. Now, the angels really look a little bit different than what we thought they looked like. They look like the Egyptian gods. Like, it's like a person with a bird head or with a lion's head. Or it could be like I could show a picture of it. So it's like a rings inside each other. Wheels and wheels with eyes on them, with an eye in the middle. That's another angel. And then there's angels that look more humanoid. So those are the possibility, besides the angel talk, the possibilities. Yes. Yes, Latina. It's really the fallen yes, the Nephilims want beautiful women, yes. And yes, they do. And so do the angels, especially the angels. They were the ones that created the Nephilim, because the Nephilims are hybrids between humans and angels. From the like Genesis, in the book of Genesis, in the book of Enoch, and they're called the Watchers, and they all fell to earth for the Earth Ladies. And maybe they're coming back for some more. They want some blue-haired Karens. they're getting a little bit like, yeah, well, let's try something different, and let's get some blue-haired Karens. And basically, they were saying that in this article, how what I'm reading now is that there is classified UFOs. There is things that the government was hiding, and now it's being exposed, and there's branches of the government that are retaliating. Yes. Yes. The pyramids in Joseph's time, yes. And, yeah, those are the things that we were talking about before with the pyramids. Very good job, Anthony, for pointing that out in the comment section. And Jonathan Gray, a certain U.S. intelligence official in the National Air and Space Intelligence Center, confirmed the existence of exotic materials. They have to wear these things a certain way. Maybe they're afraid people will retaliate. Maybe there's official government conduct. And also to the brief adding, we are not alone, and the disclosures come after swell of credible sightings, and reports have revived attention to an alien ship and a potential visits in recent years. So there's an alien craft that they're hiding. I remember the Nazis had some kind of alien craft. They built some, or had one of those things. So there's an interesting thought right there for another rabbit hole. Yes, exactly, Latina. And there you go. And a lot of the people, and I would assume that the aliens, if it's the theory's true that they're fallen angels, there definitely would be leftists. And yes, that's very funny, Latina. And in 2021, the Pentagon released a report of a UAP. So they're taking away the UFO thing and putting UAP. I was talking on a stream on ABL, and him and I were discussing what this name change is about. And he was thinking that the UAP has to do with the UFO. Like, they don't want people to know it's a UFO. They don't want to associate it with that, so they're going to call it something else to distinguish it. And you all could tell me, chat, like, why do you think they're calling it a UAP rather than a UFO? And they're saying other life forms instead of aliens. When for years and years, we know about the Greys and all the other alien creatures. We've known about all these things. And they'll say how the aliens aren't real, and how a balloon crashed at Roswell, how this happened and that happened. And then they go in detail about the aliens when they crashed and what they were going through. It's ridiculous. Like, and I understand they don't want a public panic. We have seen, especially you all, understand there's a lot of public outcry when something happens. There's people can riot and destroy the whole country. So if people are thinking there's some alien species we don't know about or can't control or fight back that's popping here and there, they don't want a public outcry. Yes, indeed, Anthony. We'll call them What Is That? And it's been revived of the recent alien visits. And now they're saying that the term UFO, the UAP is the term referred to UFO by much of the extraterrestrial community, that's us, which found more than 140 instances of UAP encounters. You see, now we're going to have a problem that I personally think that the UFOs are being... They're identifying UFOs as UAPs, but the UFO is a UFO. It's like it needs to we're having an identity crisis right now, identity politics. It looks like, where no, it's UFO, it's not UAP. Then it's going to be LAP. It's going to be anything, and that's what I think. That there's a lot of political stuff going on with it as well. And the report followed a leak of military footage that showed apparently an inexplicable happening in the sky, while the Navy pilots testified that they had frequently had encounters with strange craft of the U.S. coast. And in an interview with debrief journalists, Liesl Kien and Ralph Blumenthal, who previously exposed the existence of a secret Pentagon program that investigated UFOs. So here, the questions are answered, the case is closed, the book is done. The Pentagon has been investigating UFOs secretly. The government has known about these things secretly. Like, I get marveled when people say how the aliens don't exist, and then they tell us how they were investigating it the whole time. Like, it's like if Winnie the Pooh was stealing honey from people's houses, you know, the Pentagon would do an investigation on it, but since Winnie the Pooh is not around right now, they don't have an investigation on Winnie the Pooh. because he's not around. But since the aliens are around, it's so advanced, it's so much of a crisis, the Pentagon had investigated. Just let that sink in. I remember the History Channel, a lot of these shows, people, sometimes it's theatrical, but I remember Giorgio Tsoukalos was saying about how when extraterrestrials are not real, when they come down here and tell us that they were not here, that they didn't build the pyramids, and that day has come. The day has come when the aliens literally have come down and say like we don't exist, because they just vanish. So I finally got to see the day on YouTube with all of you people, since I was in 4th grade and 7th grade, 10th grade, all that stuff. And all of a sudden, now I'm in the time period of seeing this. This is marvelous. And yeah, shout out to Winnie the Pooh. He's cool people. Cool people. And Grush said that the U.S. government and defense contractors had been recovering fragments of non-human craft. So now they're saying there's not only a full craft there somewhere, but there's pieces of crafts, of non-human crafts. Like, they can't say alien. Maybe that they're mispronouncing. There's some identity politics here. Maybe it'll be politically incorrect to say they're aliens, so they're going to call a non-human craft or non-human species. It really, really is just something with these people. How they have to walk on eggshells to get the truth out. But understanding there would be a public outcry and rioting and all kinds of nonsense if people were panicked about aliens, in my opinion. And for decades, decades this has been going on. There's been alien crafts that they've been investigating for decades. And basically now I'll proceed into the article. We are not talking about prosaic origins. Now, prosaic origins, and I am a youngster, so I do not know exactly what that word is. So we're going to search out with Google. And the definition of prosaic is having the... Okay, page got confused. Having the style or dictation of prose lacking poetic beauty. So prosaic. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, and that's something cool. I'll save that one. So prosaic is having the style of dictation or prose lacking poetic beauty. Okay. And they're not talking about prosaic origins or identities. And also the material includes the partially inact vehicles. So we're going to go and chat. I see what y'all are saying. I'll get to y'all in a moment. And the material includes intact and partially intact vehicles. So there's like a whole garage of Pentagon and the Area 51. They got this whole garage of these 80s UFOs, 50s UFOs, pieces of UFOs, 2003 UFOs. It's like just, they need to go have a car salesman come with there, or have me go in there and go sell some UFOs to people. But nah, they don't want to do that. And yes, Anthony, I agree. You can't say because it's LGBTQ. Yeah, there you go, Anthony. It's like the alien doesn't identify as an alien. It identifies as other life forms. And the UAP, it's like the UFO, it's like, who are you? It's like, you don't identify as UFO. You identify as UAP. And like with Mao, like in China, Mao Zedong, I know Zedong is another form you could say the name. It's an Asian name. And like this kind of started over there and also in the USSR, Parent 1 and Parent 2. So now they're spreading it to aliens. Now the aliens can't even be aliens anymore. Yeah, they supposedly want us to make love not war, and where there is no poverty and everyone has medicine. Yes, and that would be good if people lived in world peace. And kind of like, in my opinion, I think it's good that everybody gets help. And I think charity is a good thing to have to help people as well. And I think that if you're talking to aliens, want us to have world peace, there's a Twilight Zone episode where the aliens came here to bring world peace. They have many episodes about that. And then they actually were trying to trick us, and then they ate everybody. And so I'm leery of their intentions, and God and independence from, we wouldn't want them governing over us, in my opinion, and controlling us, in my opinion. See, there are beings with good intentions, that's good, but I think it would be good to trust in God, and that He would help the people over the aliens. And that's just my thoughts on that. And Latina, you can elaborate if you'd like. And yes, if you're from Uranus, you're racist. Yep. That's definitely what's going on here. Definitely the situation. And they're talking in the article about the different people talking back and forth. And Grush told the debrief that analysts determined that the material is of exotic origin, meaning non-human intelligence. And also whether the extraterrestrials are unknown origin. And I want to make clear about there will eventually be an Antichrist that will rise, like the Bible says. And I wonder if they could have something to do with it. And was always told and believed since I was young, my friend and his dad and all of us mutually agreed that the aliens are not good, that they're either working with the fallen angels against us, now on YouTube talking to Christian apologists, that maybe they're the fallen angels disguised as aliens to cause deception. Like, they want to turn people away from God to them. Like, they had false gods that came down from the heavens. And I will make this another analogy here that I make on a lot of streams when I come live. And yeah, the Hindu gods. And basically, we have these Hindu gods that were coming down from the sky. And people didn't know what they were. They had big glowing eyes, and they came as gods. Let's see if I get a picture of that. So right here, there's a situation where you have the Hindu gods coming from the sky. And it's the same thing like we see over here with these aliens. They're coming from the sky, coming down to Earth. It's like the same thing. Okay, Anthony, I now believe that they're fallen angels, and that's what the theory is amongst the Christian community in general. And because the fallen angels can transform into different things, they could shapeshift. They could appear as a Hindu god, or they could appear as Thor or Mars. I don't know what that is exactly. Alright, so Mars was a god. And Mars was a god, and they could appear. I know I repeated myself. I said it like a broken record. So there is Zeus, there is Poseidon, there is Thor, there is the Anunnaki, and they're all the same thing. And now, since Jesus came and he died and rose again and went back to heaven, now the angels have to get creative and go as angels, as the aliens from another planet. So before, we thought they came from another planet, but there were evil, bad aliens that were working with fallen angels, but we couldn't figure out how that could be. But now I think that they are fallen angels disguised as aliens. So it could be either one, but either way, I think they're bad. And because everybody has a bad experience. I had bad dreams about aliens. It's like they don't seem like they're doing anything good. If they want to bring world peace, it's like you could bring world peace right now, but they just bring terror. Remember, God said he's not the God of confusion. So if something brings you confusion, it's not from God. So these things aren't of God, in my opinion. Now, if I'm wrong, we'll see that, but I don't think I'm wrong on that one. And even they say that the Antichrist will trick the elect. Always be on guard. Stay close to God and His teachings, and beware of these signs and wonders. So they could appear as an alien, or they could appear as a god. And when I was saying earlier how they were interdimensional, so if they came from another planet, they would be from another planet. And I will tell you a story that there is this star Sirius. So the star Sirius is where one of the Egyptian gods came from. Why would they be coming from a star? And the star is billions and billions and billions of light years away. So they either have very advanced technology, or that was a really long trip. What it takes us to get to across town or to another state, and these people are flying across the universe. For what do they come here for? And so they're interdimensional. So them being interdimensional means that they never came from another planet. They came from another dimension like heaven. They fell from heaven or hell or wherever, and they're appearing as different things. They're spirits that can have abilities we can't have. Like, like some people can have certain traits that other people may not have, and certain abilities and things. And in a very small scale, and then in this, you have the aliens that are appearing as different things. So a god comes from a planet, so this links it that they're supposed to be fallen angels too. So that just links the aliens and the fallen angels together. And in China, in Asia, there is some alien sightings earlier this year. And yes, they're coming from the deep ocean. Yep. And the angels and them, they would have much more advanced technology than we do. And when Adam and Eve ate from the forbidden fruit, according to the Bible, we lost a bunch of abilities and things. And they have abilities we don't have. And yes, exactly, Anthony. And so that is basically about the different theories of what these things are. Where they come from. Are they fallen angels? They come from another planet. Those are the various things. So going on in the article. And they call them non-human intelligence. And they don't call them aliens, non-human intelligence. It's like there's like a floating brain just kind of floating there, or a piece of air. It's non-human intelligence. It could be a robot. It could be AI. It's just silly. And whether extraterrestrial or unknown origins. So there's like, could it be Chinese? Another theory is maybe, was it some technology from the Chinese or from Russia? Not the incident that just occurred, but really they think that they came from some other planet. And this assignment is based on the vehicle morphologies and the material science testing and the possession of unique atomic arrangements and radiological signatures. So these things are built a certain way, where they're built and constructed differently than things that we have. And that's why they have a unique atomic arrangement, like a chemical arrangement, and radiological signatures, and apparently they have toxic materials to them that are toxic to us. If they're trying to help us out so much, why do they want to have us have toxic materials? If they're trying to help humans, why are they going to come into Earth with something toxic? Yes. And the orbs of light, that's another thing that I've seen personally. And there's orbs from ghost sightings. There's orbs from other callers that called into the show have talked about that. And the non-human intelligence, but they're really aliens. Oh, here's a new one. So there's more identity politics going on with these aliens. Now they're calling them the non-human intelligence phenomenon. they are so I have to change, so it would be like not the non-human intelligence phenomenon sound effects and vlog. I mean, my name is long enough. Everybody has to write a whole sentence when they write my name. Now you're gonna have, it would be having to write a whole paragraph. So I'm glad that I was in the time period of aliens instead of non-human intelligence phenomenon. And they're saying it's real. We've known it's real the whole time. We are not alone. That's what they say. Like, finally, it's like it's dawned on them. And another theory that a stranded life form, another user on YouTube was saying that these life forms in movies, it sounds like a movie we're in, because they have shown us subliminal messages of what they're really doing, what's going on. They've shown us the ideologies of the aliens, that basically, what I mean by that is, in the media, they have shown alien movies all the time, and that was prepping us to what the truth is. And yeah, it's like there's going to be leftist alien tears. And then they say to retrieve is not limited to the United States. This is a global phenomenon, and yet global solution continues to elude to us. And the brief spoke to several of Grush's former colleagues, each of whom vouched for his character. Carl E. Nell, a retired Army colonel, said Grush was beyond reproach. In a 2022 performance review seen by Debrief, Grush was described as an officer with strongest possible moral compass. Nick Pope, who spent the early 90s investigating UFOs for the British Ministry of Defense, said the Grush and the Gray's account of alien materials was very significant. So they're saying how there is a lot of alien sightings and a lot of alien debris that is secretly being kept somewhere away from us. And Congress, the Senate too, our government, they have not come out with this. And finally, here it is. Complete proof and evidence. And okay, so that is a movie. All right. The movie They Live. And oh, I've seen parts of this movie before. This is a cool movie. I think that's what he's talking about. And aliens. Yeah. So, yeah, I've seen parts of this movie, and he's absolutely correct. And because remember, no joke, this is what's going on, in my opinion. And that means that we were visited and are being visited by these kind of extraterrestrials, that the movies were subliminally telling us what was really going on. That's my point. And let that sink in. War of the Worlds, all that. It's happening. It's real. It's boggling. And also, and it's one of the thing to have stories on the conspiracy blogs, but this takes it to the next level, with genuine insider coming forward, Pope said. When these people make these formal complaints, they do so on the understanding that if they're knowingly made a false statement, they are liable to fairly hefty fine and or prison. So these people are putting their reputation and their lives and their finances on the line to prove this point. That for years and years and years, people have been seen as insane, and they're insane and they're crazy. But now it's come out that we were quite correct. and then they go on, but people say, oh, people make up stories all the time. But I think it's very different to go before Congress and go to the intelligence community, Inspector General, and do that. Because there will be consequences if it emerges that it's not true. So, oh, the microphone fell. Now we're going to fix the microphone so it doesn't fall. And fix this thing. All right. So, basically, what we have here is that people would not be putting their reputations and their lives on the line to prove the point that these aliens aren't there. If it was all a hoax, then why would someone lie about that? And I feel the people in LA and Las Vegas didn't get the video out because they were just so frightened. Yeah, I totally think that there could be hoaxes out there, like the Georgia story I showed. I think it's likely, very likely real. And we have people that are doing these things, but there are hoaxes and people out there that are doing things like that. And going on, the debrief reported that Grush's knowledge of non-human materials and vehicles was based on extensive interviews with high-level intelligence officials. He said he had reported the existence of a UFO material recovery program to Congress. So this was reported to Congress. This was in Congress, and things have been withheld from Congress. So the government of the United States has even been not being told by its own agencies about the dire importance and dire situation of these UFOs. Ah, that's a good point, Latina. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. It would be interesting because they have these crafts, the government. And I wonder, what are they withholding? Like, how do these things work? They could travel for billions of years. If they're not fallen angels and they're whatever they are, they could be angels too. And they would, how do they fuel these things? That's what I would like to know. How, it'd be very funny. In Latina, that is a very funny joke. And if they did have to use gas, yes, it would be a very long line to wait. That's very true. It would be, I think that it would be more of a scary sighting to see one at the gas station than to see one over there. And I think there's a lot of subliminal messaging, especially about Jimmy Carter. You're right. I agreed. I agree, not agreed. I agree. And basically, I think another thing would be, what are these aliens eating? Are they going to take all the food? Like, I don't think they're overweight. They seem like they're slim or whatever. But like, let's just say they need to feed a lot of aliens, and they go and take up the lines at the grocery store. And I do wonder, like, because remember, they're traveling for billions of years to get to this planet from one of the stars. Like the Zeta constellations. I'm going to look up. The Zeta constellations is where the Greys allegedly come from. And if y'all know of any cool alien movies, y'all can put it in chat. Besides War of the Worlds and this movie, if there's any other ones y'all know of, put it in the chat. And I'll give it a shout out. Alright. So, alien. Yeah, I remember what I was going to look up. I do. It's on the tip of my tongue. Greys. Yeah, Zeta. And based upon and parallax measurements. This system is located at a distance of, so the planet that these aliens come from is the gray aliens is 39.3 light years away. Light years and light years away. So the Greys had to travel light years and light years to get to Earth. So they have the technology to travel that far. Or if they're fallen angels, they're just going through different dimensions. Okay, Latina, I don't quite recall exactly my, I don't know if I had my brain screwed on right today. So what exactly was I talking about? The interesting. You love to hear what it was like in those times. You remind me what I was saying, and I'll tell you right now. You just have to remind me what it was. All right, Apollo 18. Ah, that's interesting. Oh yeah. That's a very interesting movie. Oh, we're going down a rabbit hole. Because it's about the moon. Here we go. See, they do these subliminal messaging things. Okay. So we're going to go down a rabbit hole here. And shout out to Anthony McQuaid. Oh, okay. Latina. Anthony, okay. Yeah. Brain. I need to get that screwed on right. Alright, so another story is that a long time ago, and when they were doing the moon landing, there was apparently a crazy sounds, weird screaming sounds on the moon. Like this. Ooh. It was kind of like that. But crazier, creepier, and much more louder. And it was this screaming thing on the moon. During the moon landing, they censored it. They didn't show any videos of it, but there was something going on the moon. So this must be a subliminal message of what really happened on the moon. So there is also something on the moon. And my friend was convinced that the hell was on the moon somewhere. That's why he thought it was there. And I'm like, that's not really... It's supposed to be under the earth. Or in some other kind of dimension under the earth. And he was just like, maybe it's on the moon too. It was like, so basically on the moon, there's apparently something there. And also, when I was running the one of the ads, I remember some guy came through and he was pretty cool. And he was telling me, he was triggered at me that I was saying the aliens were evil. And then he told me I'm going to be an old man and see the aliens being nice to me. They're going to be my neighbors. They're going to be everywhere. Because there's something on Pluto. And then I told him I'm talking about the fallen angels, the Greys. And he understood what I meant. And I was able to calm him down. But he was a cool dude. Shout out to him. I was thankful for the conversation I had with him in the comment section. So basically with the guy, so on Pluto, there's apparently life forms there. On Mars, there's apparently something there. And on the moon, there's something there. So there are some things in other realms, in my opinion. And yes, this movie looks pretty cool. I'll be watching movies to the sunset, because you all say excellent movies, like on the other chat we had the other night. Y'all talk about excellent movies. And I'll definitely keep this on the list. So yeah, let's see if I can find anything about the moon. Yeah, sounds of the moon. Let's see, alien sounds. Ah, here we go. Here's the video. I think this is it. Alright. And we're going to have some kind of an ad.
Noises
We're not
report.
going to have an ad. okay. Let's see. And the something didn't go right here.
Were heard in May 1969 by the Apollo 10 astronauts as they struck.
Alright, so we'll go back. And y'all can tell me if y'all hear it or not. Alright.
Noises reportedly were heard in May 1969 by the Apollo 10 astronauts as they circled the moon, month before the first astronauts stepped foot on the lunar surface on July the 21st that same year. The three astronauts on board were Thomas Stafford, John Young, and Eugene Cernan. The sounds, which lasted about an hour, were recorded and transmitted to Mission Control in Houston.
I didn't mean to keep it sound outer spacey, didn't it? You hear that whistling sound?
According to the Discovery show, the trio felt the sounds were so strange that they debated whether or not to tell the chiefs at NASA, for fear they wouldn't be taken seriously and could be drafted from future space missions. NASA says the sounds could not have been alien music. An engineer from the U.S. Space Agency said the news was recorded and transmitted to Mission Control in Houston.
I didn't mean to keep it sound outer spacey, didn't it? You hear that whistling sound?
Yeah, so basically, yeah, that was the sound I was talking about. You know, going back here, it was in 1969. It was on the dark side of the moon. Like, there's a Transformers movie. That's a good movie. Those are good movies. Well, not the current woke one, in my opinion, but the other Transformers movies on the dark side of the moon. So, that's what I basically think. And they want to hide this stuff from us. And I'm playing it again. One more time, I got to react to it. All right.
In 1969, by the Apollo 10 astronauts as they circled the moon, month before the first astronauts stepped foot on the lunar surface on July the 21st that same year. The three astronauts on board were Thomas Stafford, John Young, and Eugene Cernan. The sounds, which lasted about an hour, were recorded and transmitted to Mission Control in Houston.
I didn't mean to keep it sound outer spacey, didn't it? You hear that whistling sound?
According to the Discovery show, the trio felt the sounds were so strange that they debated whether or not to tell the chiefs at NASA, for fear they wouldn't be taken seriously and could be drafted from future space missions.
Yeah, so you could see here the censorship going all the way back to this time period. How people would think that they didn't want people to know about these things so they wouldn't be taken seriously. I've been through that. And another thing is, they don't want people to be taken like, their censorship. Like, they don't want people to know about these things, because they don't want to have a frightening situation. So on the moon, there were strange noises on the moon. And I forgot I found this video. I was very fortunate. All right.
NASA says the sounds could not have been alien music. An engineer from the U.S. Space Agency said the noises likely came from interference caused by radios that were close to each other in the lunar module and command module. Astronaut L. Warden.
Alright, so that's possible. But considering the times we are in, chat, in my opinion, it's something more than what meets the eye, and it was likely some kind of alien encounter they had. You walk on the moon, and then you meet a bunch of octopus people or something. But really, all seriousness. So yeah, I think it was probably something alien, but y'all could tell me what y'all think.
Flew on Apollo 15 and disputed that explanation, saying, quote, "Logic tells me that if there is something recorded on there..."
Exactly. So many people have made that... There's movies made about the moon. This is something funny. Something funny, like... I love these old silent films. That's something that I like. And basically, in the old silent films, they depicted the moon because they weren't too sure what it was exactly. And I could show like some clips of it and react to it. So there is this movie about them going to the moon. So the moon has been dealing with humans for a long time, and it just wants to be left alone. Yeah, I like these old films. But yeah, so basically, the moon in 1902 they were messing with the moon, and then they go to the moon, and the moon's like, go away humans, go back to Earth. And look how this is how they depicted the moon. This is what they thought it would be like up there. That there would be clouds and stuff. I always thought these were so interesting. As I said, the artography, everything about this is just amazing. These old movies. Alright, so yeah, that's the moon. He wants to be left alone. The humans are messing with him, and he wants to be left alone. And he said some stuff. Yeah. Alright. I want to see what you're saying, Latina, in a moment. Let's get myself over there. Alright. I'm starting to think the USA never went to the moon. Okay. Because they claim that the technology to get to the moon was destroyed, and now suddenly they have technology again. Some people say it was alone, green screen. You know, Latina, I've heard about the moon, the conspiracy about that. I don't know enough about that information. I never looked into it. But I would be open to see of what the arguments against the moon landing were about. I believe they landed on the moon personally, but I would love to see a counter argument to it. I just never looked into that. But thanks for bringing that up, and I appreciate your thoughts about that. I always appreciate y'all's thoughts about these things. And going over here, so NASA apparently went to the moon, and they apparently heard some strange noises. And that's some more things in this movie y'all told me about. Yeah, that's basically what's going on right now. That's basically going on right now, chat. In my opinion. They're among us. There's more than illegal aliens that are just among us. And yeah, I mean, we're in the age of the aliens. And it's like being in the Twilight Zone, for real, because the Twilight Zone and all those shows, in my opinion, were warning us, preparing us for what was to come. And going back to the article, and the knowledge of non-human materials in the vehicles was based on extensive interviews of high-level intelligence programmed in Congress, and Grush said that the craft recovery operations are ongoing at various levels of activity, that he knows the specific individuals, current and former, who are involved, the debrief reported. So basically, they were saying how there's something Trump was mentioning about how the people, there's different levels, there's different groups in the government agencies, and yeah, so there's different factions of it. So the Congress and a lot of the government doesn't even know about these things, so they're hiding it from everybody, from the president that's there now, Brandon, and the one that was there before Trump. These people, the officials, were not told what was going on, and the government agencies are dealing with it. There's some government agencies dealing with it, and they're hiding stuff from other agencies. It just shows how divided and corrupted our government is. This alien situation is showing the corruption of our government, and how, remember though, out of good intentions in some ways, in my opinion, I would feel the same way, but I understand there would be a mass panic if everyone knew that there's aliens coming. We don't know what kind of technology they have, and how to deal with it. Like Planet 10, that is going to come towards Earth. I was one time watching Trey's stream, and this guy that's from Iran, he was in the chat, and he was talking about the different, the Zoroastrian and the ancient theology before Zoroastrianism about Nibiru Planet 10, how it was in their astronomy, and he was telling me all about it, and I studied it on the internet, that there's this planet that would apparently cross paths with Earth, that's way out in the abyss somewhere, and way in the back, and it would come towards us and would cause a lot of problems with Earth's climate. It would cause pandemonium, and it would disrupt everything, in my opinion. So that's what and they don't want people to get upset and panic over Planet X, so they censored it. Yes, Anunnaki the One. Shout out to him. Yeah, Anunnaki the One. Yeah, it was him. Him and I talking about Nibiru. Yeah, and yeah, him and I were talking about it. Anunnaki the One. We were talking about Nibiru for a little while. It was a nice conversation. It was cool. It was like in the summer or winter. It was a little while back. I don't know when it was. It was sometime last year probably. And I could get to Nibiru in a moment. But so basically, what's my point? What's all this? That they want to hide these information from people because they don't want people to have panic or uprising. But there's a point where they can't hide it anymore. When there's an alien in your backyard saying, I want, Winnie the Pooh's honey, and he has green eyes, he's like 10 feet tall, it's like they can't hide it anymore. They can't do it. So, basically, that is the situation with them. That they don't want a public panic. And they do it slowly, even through movies. Because if you condition people through movies and TV shows like with other things, you condition people enough, you can control them. And also, the brief reported that the extensive interview that led to intelligence officials, he said, have reported the existence of UFO materials recovery programs at Congress. Yeah, I read that. All right. In the brief's article, Grush does not say he personally seen alien vehicles, nor does he say where they may belong or stored. He asked the debrief to withhold details of retaliation by government officials due to an ongoing investigation. So they're saying now they're hiding about their information on the UFOs. They're hiding, like, they're not saying where they are, where they're stored. It's all a bunch of trickery, but I would be very interested. And I would assume, in my opinion, it would have to be from Area 51. That's probably where they're being stored at. Like, the people are going to raid Area 51, and everybody just was, like, hanging out and, like, a picnic out there and shaking each other's hands and stuff, but no one, like, did anything. I don't recommend anyone do anything like that, of course. That's not what I'm just saying. There's memes about them raiding Area 51, but that's probably where the stuff is. Yeah. Understood, Latina. And the debrief article, Grush does not say he... Yeah, I just read that, yes. I don't see anything else. Alright. He also does not specify how he believes the government retaliated, not retaliated. The government doesn't have a tail, as far as I know, against him. In June 2021, a report from the Office of Director of National Intelligence said that from 2004 to 2021, there were 144 encounters between military pilots, listen closely, Latina, and UFOs, they're calling them UAPs, but UFOs, and 80 which were captured on multiple sectors. Only one of the 144 encounters could be explained with high confidence. It was large, deflating balloon. And also, so Latina, we were talking a couple of months ago that we are in, like, you're telling about your friend with the military, that she saw the aliens. You're telling me about that at in the military. So they're talking about these situations where the military saw the UFOs from 2004 to 2021. So now the media is coming out about what you're saying, and others have told me that have family in the military that they've also seen the UFOs. So your friend was not the only one. There's other people that have seen the UFOs. There's many videos of the UFOs going by military bases, UFOs being captured on camera. And I'll ask you all, chat, do you all have any opinion why the aliens are so interested in military? I've said my thoughts, and you all could say if y'all have any thoughts why the aliens are interested in military bases. Right. And the following increased interest from public and some U.S. senators. The Pentagon established the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, charged with tracking UFOs in July 2022. In December last year, the office said it had received several hundred new reports, but no evidence so far of alien life. All the stuff that they do, and there's no evidence of alien life, I think they're just trying to hide something. Right, Latina. That's a good point. Yes. And I think that is a possibility as well. That's a good point, Anthony McQuaid. Good point. That I think also that they want to control technology. And also what Latina said. And it's like a war. Like they could be at like a war with us. And see if I read this one. All right, so the publication of Grush and Gray's claims come after a panel that the U.S. Space Agency, NASA, charged with investigating unexplained anomalies phenomena. UFOs, rather, said stigma around the reporting encounters. And harassment of those who do not report encounters was hindering its work. The Navy pilots, who in 2021 shared their experience of encountering unexplained objects while conducting military flights. And I showed a video on my channel that there was this incident of these military flights that happened, and they were trying to figure out what they were, and they didn't know what they were. So the government, the military has intercepted things and stuff. Let's see. So, basically, see if I can find the video. Let's see. I think this is it. There's an ad. No, I don't want to click on the ad. That's not what I want to do. Alright. The ad's gonna play. Lower the volume. Because I don't. It's blasting eardrums. Bubble up. Probably turn it off. It's probably the best thing to do. There's gonna be some ads, everybody. About the show. Oh. I gotta put it in the other window. Silly me. Wrong window. Now I'm about to show the Navy that witnessed the UFOs. Okay. Let's see. This is it's like a little bit of a video. I want to show just a part of it. This is not really what I wanted exactly. Alright, I think this is it. Alright, here we go. Music. Alright. Alright, so you see this thing? This is what the government was talking about. What the pilot saw. there was some music stuff. The reason why there's no music, there's no sound, is because there is some music in the background. Alright. Alright, so that's basically what they were saying. See, this is another one. Alright, here we go, too. Alright, here's the video. This is a video I want to show you all that are here. So, basically, this is the video that the Pentagon saw with the sound.
The whole fleet of them look on the ASA.
Alright, y'all can tell me that's still a bit too loud. So, the backstory. The Navy was flying around and they saw this thing in the sky, and they didn't exactly know what it was. Alright, now I'm going to play it.
The whole fleet of them look on the ASA. My gosh. That's not our ASSV, is it? It's not. It is on us, dude. Well, if there's like anything.
Wow, take a look at this. Fleur, Gimbal, and Go Fast. Those are the titles of 3 unclassified Navy videos that have been in the hands of the Defense Department for years, but just now have been released. In the videos, objects that are still not identified. In fact, the DoD said in a quote, the aerial phenomena observed in the videos remain characterized as unidentified. Michael Hall of Edmonds founded a group called UFO I-Team and has been following all of this very closely.
The U.S. Navy and the Department of Defense, the Pentagon, actually confirming out on Monday now that, again, these things are indeed unidentified. And they are something that is not of our technology. Let's put it that way.
So the Fleur video is reported to be from the USS Nimitz, which is...
Yeah, this is what the article was talking about, how the Navy and the pilots have seen UFOs, and that's what is being currently investigated by the government agencies and NASA.
Based in Everett. It was taken back in 2004, so again, the videos have been...
You see, like what the article says, 2004 to 2022.
Out for a few years now, but the Navy says this official release is to clear up any misconception by the public as to whether they are real. So does that mean it's aliens? Michael Hall sure thinks so.
Of course. My gosh, it would be very close-minded of anyone to look at how large the universe is, how big the pond it could possibly be, and think that we could be the only life that just spontaneously erupted in the universe.
So Hall says he now works with some of the sailors involved who are trying to plan an expedition to go back and look for this phenomena again. Pretty cool stuff, right?
All right. So that's basically, I think it's just marvelous, this thing that was captured on film. And I definitely think that it's important that we keep on exposing it. All right. So the Navy pilots who in 2021 shared their experiences of encountering unexplained objects while conducting military flights said they and others have decided against reporting encounters internally because of fears it could hinder their careers. That's a very interesting point, Latina. It's an interesting point that you came up with. Alright, now let's go down the rabbit hole. Alright, so see, like, okay, so that's interesting perspective, Latina. And, you know, and that very well may be. And if I were you, I would feel the same way. But it's also possible that they, I think, as you see on the screen, there were depictions, ancient depictions of alien type beings, especially like the ancient gods, like the ancient Egyptian gods. That was the aliens. And then there's a theory that they're just fallen angels, and they're appearing now as aliens before they appeared as gods. And now they're appearing as aliens. So that could be a possibility that in the olden days, they were just, in those times, they were gods. They were pagan gods, and now they appear as aliens. But it does seem like there were crafts and stuff, like there's things described as like the chariots of fire, that could have been a spaceship. You know, there are definitely references to UFO type things. But to answer your question, if it is true that there wasn't at all any of those things, the UFOs, that it's possible that they were just false gods that are just shape-shifting into aliens. But so that's one thing. But I've definitely seen, like you see on the screen, that there is depictions of the ancient aliens were depicted as these things. And they, you know, chariots of fire, there were different things that they did depict like that. Maybe not exactly what you're describing, but there are things that do look similar to the Greys. There are. And like this is, for instance, like the reptile sky god that was depicted. Like you see right here, they made a sculpture of this thing, and they were visited from the sky. These things visited them from the sky, like the Hindus. These gods appeared from the sky, like an alien coming from space. Maybe in a different form, or they weren't able to fathom a UFO, or fathom a spaceship, or know what it was exactly, so they depicted it a certain way. Like in the Bible, in Revelations, they described things that are happening now, but like John didn't quite know what the technology was, so they described something. So that's my thoughts, that there are ancient references to spaceships and stuff, and things that look similar to the Greys. But they didn't know what it was. Like, we know what it is with the technology we have, because we harness the technology to have similar things. So to them, it looked like something different. But, as I said, these things coming from the sky. These flying things coming from the sky. So they could be definitely many different things. And I'll see if I could find any ancient UFO carvings or anything. I'll see if they have them. But thank you for pointing that out, Latina. And that's a very good point. And they may very well be government spying on us. But I still personally think they're aliens. I don't know if it's not exactly like what you're thinking of. Huh. That's kind of like a gray alien. That thing on the screen, right? The blue thing. That looks like a gray alien head. And an Egyptian hieroglyphic. And right here, see if this is anything. That looks kind of like a helicopter, but it just might be a hieroglyphic. Some people think that might mean something. Let's see. Let's see. Alright, so this is an article. Let's see. This shows like an ancient person, and not as ancient as you're saying, the cavemen and stuff. But I think there was some, I don't know where I saw it at, so don't quote me on this, but there was some kind of a gray alien looking thing in a cave somewhere, but I don't know where that is. I have to look into that, so that's irrelevant. So, inside ancient UFO sightings in the Bible, the sky chariots. Now, I believe God and the angels, okay? And this is not denying God and the angels either. But this is saying ancient people seeing things in the sky like a spaceship. But they may have not have known what it was. And when Roswell happened, apparently they harnessed the technology from Roswell. And they were able to reconstruct things, and perhaps they think some of our technology comes from the Roswell crash. It's an opinion. So from the Bible verses to ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics, history is full of strange goings on the alien hunters claim are proof of visitors from extraterrestrials. I think this will be a balanced article. The earliest records could even be in form of paintings by our caveman ancestors, perhaps showing that UFO sightings, now subject to official probes in Washington and Beijing, are really nothing new. And this is a stone carving from 8,000 BC, like what you were talking about, Latina, of ancient astronauts. See how they look like they're wearing astronaut suits? Because I remember this from when I was young, the ancient astronauts. And they made memes of the dude, like no, these are extraterrestrials in my opinion. And there you go. These ancient astronauts came down here, and they just didn't know what it was exactly. Earlier this year, the long-awaited Pentagon report admitted experts could not explain some of the 144 unidentified the UFOs. Aerial phenomenon, I call them UFOs. And then it was a refutation or something. It was slammed by whitewash by believers, even though top brass said they could not rule out an alien origin of sightings. Meanwhile, the Chinese government has reportedly launched its own UFO investigation. So the Chinese, the Russians, all these people, in my opinion, they don't know what it is. Like, who is spying on who? If it's the Chinese doing it, it can't be them. It can't be, in my opinion, the Russians. None of us know what it is. Like, all the countries can agree that they don't know what these things are. And the military researchers are said to have doubled them of the unidentified air conditions, or UACs. Interesting. China and Russia reportedly to hope to take the international lead in studying encounters. So there you go, right before I read it. China, Russia, America. I don't think Africa invented the UFOs. And so they don't know what it is. So if all the countries don't know what it is, and they're able to come here and there, these glowing aliens, there's ancient carvings from Egypt, from the cavemen, all of these strange flying things in the sky. So it does go back to the cavemen. It does. And you could see right here, these people wearing these astronaut suits. And the lizard god. It was a lizard god that came down, and they worshipped it. The Egyptian gods came down on a flying bird, and they worshipped it. Now they're coming as an alien, coming down here in a spaceship. We know what that is now. Alright. And these examples shows people have been looking up wonders for thousands of years. Thousands of years. Society in general has been looking for this. Okay, Stone Age astronauts. So here, in Latina, I'm not angry or anything. I'm just excited to show you the information because I've studied this for a long time. And The heavenly figures depicted in rock art from Siberia 5,000 years ago. So these are Stone Age astronauts. Cave paintings. Cave paintings and carvings dating back to 8,000 BC have sparked great interest among the alien watchers. And let's see. Why isn't China claiming U.S. or Why isn't China claiming USA or Japanese spycraft, and vice versa? Well, I think if I understood what you were saying, was that the Chinese don't know what it is exactly, and it would be convenient, I guess, to accuse the USA or Japan of it flying over, so they must be absolutely certain that it's not from this world, because they could easily either use it or not use it. Well, they could use it as a way to start a conflict with us, or if they would know, like there are people in their military, the people that see these things all the time, that their technology, it's not from the Americans. It is ironic and kind of eerie that they would know that it's not from us, but still they would know that these crafts were not from our planet, in my opinion. That's a thought. Or it could be something else, and you could say what it could be if it's not that. But these are ancient sightings from thousands of years ago of ancient beings in the sky. Like the Anunnaki. Like, let's see what his name is. Like the Anunnaki, the One, and his, the ancient ancestors that he had, the Anunnaki came to them from the sky to mine earth for gold. So there is evidence from many cultures all over the world that these beings existed, like I was talking about with the Nephilim. They, all the way in South America, they were trying to build pyramids on top of each other to reach a god in the sky, one god in the sky, that was flooding the earth to wipe out giants. It's like what the Bible says, he was wiping out the earth with a great flood. They talk about the great flood in South America. So all these things are interconnected. So I think they're fallen angels. That's what I personally feel. All right. So the Stone Age tribes created thousands of artwork called petroglyphs. I hope I said that right. At Val Camonica in northern Italy. The most famous depiction of long-limbed astronauts who appear to be wearing a globe-shaped helmets with stunning lights around them. Some have claimed them as proof that visitors from outer space made contact and were worshipped as gods. They were the gods, like what I said. Like the fallen angels that came down to earth, they want to be worshipped as gods. It links to what the Bible was saying. And what I think that they're fallen angels, simply. Or at least working with them. Meanwhile, other cave paintings in Siberia from 5,000 years ago are said to have shown heavenly figures with horns and feathers on their heads. Some of the angels have horns. Some of the angels have like a bird head, like a lion's head. I could show you what the angels look like from what the Bible describes them as looking like. So, and this is another depiction of the ancient spaceships. Yeah, I think that's a depiction of them. Ancient UFO art. It looks like a UFO, but they don't know what that is at that time. And also, let's see. We'll go and say, like, what was I saying over here? It's this one, right? Right. So, continuing, because I was going to show something, but wanted to do this real quick. Meanwhile, other cave paintings, in Siberia, for the angels. I remember now, the angels, biblical angels. Here we go. So these are what like some of the biblical angels look like. They're very terrifying looking. They have all these eyes. And Yeah, these are what some of them look like. Wheels and wheels. And let's see. Bird head. Lion's head. Okay, so this is what some of the angels were depicted in the Bible. Some of them have horns. So this thing has a horn, like a bull head. It has an eagle head, has a lion's head, and a human head. And this thing's very scary looking. And it looks like the gods of ancient Egypt. It looks like the gods of the ancient world. You see? And their fallen brethren came here and wanted to be worshipped. That's why the Egyptian gods have wings. And stuff like that. Like Thoth. You know, he looks like one of those angel things. And this was one of the Egyptian gods. It was an alien angel. A fallen angel. And maybe they could shapeshift into an alien. Like a gray alien. So that's kind of like the logic behind some of these. The figures have horns, and they're heavenly looking, and they have feathers, like a winged angel. Right. And the experts say that the dyes used were made with sophisticated scientific understanding far beyond what we might expect a Neolithic man. So Neolithic man have this technology, this ability to do all these things that they shouldn't have had. That's a thought. That's what they do about the pharaohs. Did the ancient Egypts worship sun or flying saucers? Carvings from pharaohs' tombs show shining globes in the sky over awed crowds. Archaeologists say this is because the ancient Egyptians worshipped the sun. This has not stopped alien watchers from seeing it as evidence of a flying saucer. And so you're seeing like two different sides. And there have long been theories that great monuments such as the pyramids of Giza were built by aliens. Because how could they build that with the technology? And the last year of, let's say, no, they claim the pyramids from a map of stars, and it would have been impossible for humans to have built them so precisely that humans were able to do this all on their own, that perhaps they had some kind of help. Last year, the Egyptian government officially denied the extraterrestrial link after Elon Musk tweeted support for the theories. And this is something that looks similar to a gray alien from ancient China. This was made 3,000 years ago, and it's similar to a gray alien. You know, it's similar to these things. It's similar to this gray alien looking thing. They all have similar features. And so the bizarre bugged eye statue found in southwest China have fueled theories that aliens invaded the country in the Bronze Age. I remember a documentary about the stuff going on in China where there is these tablets from an ancient alien. Like it was in the ancient times. And this language and the stuff that they had, it was from some alien species that they found in China. So China's a hotbed for alien sightings, for everybody to know. Especially the videos I've played before of the aliens appearing over China in one of my videos. Alright. And Latina says something. Have you ever heard of a man named George Knapp? I will look up George Knapp right now. See who he is. My stance is I think that they're fallen angels, the aliens. Alright, see who this guy is. Alright, I have not heard of him. Okay, but thank you for showing me him. Definitely be interested to see what he has to say about things. And he made a response to this situation that's going on right now. You know, wow, this is crazy. I think, no, I didn't play this one. It's from the same website, but it's not from the same dude. Let's see what this has to do with. And this is about the Las Vegas sighting that I talked about earlier with Anthony. Alright. And it just plays by itself. Come on, ad. Christmas is coming.
The buzz tonight with stories about the crash of an unknown object and the alleged sighting of strange creatures in the backyard of a Northwest Valley home.
So it was last night that 8 News Now investigator David Charnes reported about how Metro Police responded back on May 1st after receiving a strange call from a very frightened family. Well, our report generated a global response, and now piecing together the sequence of events has been kind of tricky, in part because the primary witnesses have been almost as elusive as the beings they say they encountered. Chief Investigator George Knapp is as perplexed as the rest of us. George.
As you know, this is not our first UFO rodeo. We first heard about the incident in early May via the Metro Police grapevine. The incident has a lot in common with other bizarre cases from around the world: an alleged crash, strange beings, and bits and pieces that don't make sense. But the police took this seriously, and so do we. Just before midnight on April 30th, skywatchers across several western states saw a bright fireball streak through the heavens. A police officer working in the Northwest Valley caught a glimpse of the colorful object on his body cam. At nearly the same time...
Oh, that's cool that you met him. That's really cool. He's a cool dude. And researching this from... Yeah, I have too, and he's been researching it longer than I. That's cool. Thanks for the info. Alright, now I'll continue playing.
Ring camera in the area recorded a strange noise and what sounds like a crash.
Oh.
One family living in a ranch-style home had a...
Whoa. This is exclusive. Earlier, Anthony and I were debating. Not debating, but we were just discussing. Was it a crash or not? And the thing to me, like while I was watching this really good video of this thing crashing, I thought it was a crash. It wasn't them landing. To me, it looked like a crash. Like some of the other videos were very good, sent to me by a friend. And they were this alien... You can kind of see it. I'm not too sure what it's doing, but this one, yeah, it crashed. So this thing crashed, and then the aliens appeared. So it crash landed. So this is a new Roswell incident. Yes, Anthony. So it crashed. I'll replay it for a second. All right. So,
closer view of the glimpse of the colorful object on his body cam. At nearly the same time, a ring camera in the area recorded a strange noise and what sounds like a crash. One family living in a ranch-style home had a much closer view of the object. Two brothers and their father were working on a vehicle in their yard when they caught a glimpse of a sparkly object as it came crashing down, then were hit by what they describe as a shock wave. One of the witnesses, a young man named Angel, has stated when the brothers looked into the yard where the object landed, that spot was obscure.
Wow. This is so... That's crazy. I mean, this thing, they had a shockwave from it. So this confirms that it was definitely a crash. Shout out to Latina for telling me about George Knapp, because he was reporting this. And this is very exclusive information, because Anthony and I were like kind of... We weren't given enough information about it. But yeah, that's just... This was a neighborhood-wide thing. This was that whole area. They all saw these things. These aliens. You know, this is wild. This is just like years and years... When you study these things and you tell people and psychologists about these things, and look at me now. It's real. All
right. And blurry, as if by unknown form of camouflage. What they saw next prompted a frantic call to 911.
So there's two people or two subjects that are in your backyard?
Correct, and they're very large. They're like 8 foot. 9 feet, 10 foot. I don't know. They look like aliens to us. Big eyes. They have big eyes. Like I can't explain it. And big mouth. They're shiny eyes and they're not human. They're 100% they're not human.
8 News Now investigators have spoken with family members multiple times in the past 4 weeks.
Yes, Latina, thank you. That's why I like having you on board the spaceship and everybody else talking. Yeah, always tell me. Thank you. Alright. This answered a lot of questions because we were trying to get this thing answered, and it was just, now we got it answered. So it was an alien crash in a neighborhood, and the aliens appeared. They must have gotten out their spaceship and went in the backyard, and were having a staring contest with the dude while he's talking to 911. There you go. It's like, well, God brings in the right people, and it's good Latina was here and is here tonight.
But each of the 3 times we accepted their invitation to do an interview, they didn't answer the door or their phone. These are some of the claims they've made in other public forums. Multiple family members backed up the story in an initial police report we obtained. Angel says they heard the patter of multiple feet in the yard. They later heard footsteps on their roof.
Wow, this is what we call meat. Meat is when you're getting a lot of good information. This is meat. I'm glad that... Wow. So there was, like, feet. There's, like, people walking around. I gotta replay that one.
Saw one of the 8-foot public forums. Multiple family members backed up the story in an initial police report we obtained. Angel says they heard the patter of multiple feet in the yard. They later heard footsteps on their roof. They saw one of the 8-foot-tall creatures.
Okay, so these individuals they heard pitter-patter, they heard walking around, and then they saw the aliens. So this is descriptive. It crashed, everybody heard it, there was a sonic boom, and then the people, they're hearing walking around their yard and saying, what's going on here, and they see the aliens staring at them. Wow, this is more descriptive than before. Alright, so this is because we had so many questions. I told Anthony earlier in the stream, there are more questions than answers. They wanted to use the phone. They ran out of phone. They needed to go call the mothership. Exactly. They don't want to investigate in these things, Latina. They don't. The mainstream media doesn't. You're right. He does. He sounds very well spoken. He gives a lot of good information. Studying his background from before, a little while ago, I saw that he was an alien researcher for a long time, and yes, he's a good background check. Has a good track record, and he's a great journalist. I'm enjoying his content. Thank you so much. All right, let's continue.
Climbed behind the controls of a large front loader stored in the yard as if trying to engage it. He got a good look at one of the creatures, he said, a greenish-grayish being with large eyes and long legs. He says he could hear its deep breaths, and when he locked eyes,
I'm mind-blown. The vague description these people had, Latina, and Anthony can even tell you earlier, and I'm thankful for my friend that sent me the article. Shout out to her. She was. I'm glad that she sent it to me. But it's not her. It's the media. They didn't go into depth and detail about this. It's like it had legs. It was green. It was breathing heavy. It was like the somebody that's wearing a. Anthony could maybe tell me what it's called. In the olden days, they had these before our time. Any of us were alive. There was this. They would go underwater with these big tanks over their head, and it was connected to something on the shore. If Anthony I forgot what it was called. Let's see, because that's what it reminds me of. It was in SpongeBob. It was in the SpongeBob movie. That's basically this what it reminds me of. I'm just okay. So it was green. It walked around. It was heavy. It walked around the yard. It wanted to use the phones, so to speak. Yeah, it's just I gotta replay that. All right, I gotta replay all this. I have to absorb. I have to let it sink in. But first, I want to see what this thing is called. All right, so it's called a diving suit. Old diving suit. Suit. I spelled that wrong. Yeah, so this old diving suit, and it's called a wetsuit. So a wetsuit. This is what the aliens that they're describing remind me of. Yeah, so this is what the aliens that they're describing remind me of, like from the SpongeBob movie, like this guy from the SpongeBob movie. That's what these things remind me of. They remind me of ancient astronauts. And the people were so terrified. That's why they didn't go and yeah, like this thing. Yeah, so that's what that basically reminds me of. And now going back to the video, I'm going to replay a part of it.
In essence, frozen in of multiple feet in the yard. They later heard footsteps on their roof. They saw one of the 8-foot-tall creatures climb behind the controls of a large front loader stored in the yard, as if trying to engage it.
Oh, so I learned something new. The aliens were trying to use the machine to drive away, so we're all just chilling and the alien is just driving down the street. They didn't say all that. So the alien was trying to go over and use the thing to get away. That's just mind-blowing.
Got a good look at one of the public forums. Multiple family members backed up the story in an initial police report we obtained. Angel says they heard the patter of multiple feet in the yard. They later heard footsteps on their roof. They saw one of the 8-foot-tall creatures climb behind the controls of a large front loader stored in the yard, as if trying to engage it. He got a good look at one of the creatures, he said, a greenish-grayish being with large eyes and long legs. He says he could hear its deep breaths, and when he locked eyes, he was, in essence, frozen in place, couldn't move. In the middle of the yard, where the object had crashed, then vanished, a circular impression was left in the soil.
Okay, where is this on your...
I've seen it all. Yeah, I've seen it all. I've seen the media be atrocious. They didn't even say it was a crash or not, but these people... So, to answer Anthony and I's question, it crashed. I could play the part.
Metro sources say the object had crashed, then vanished, a circular impression...
Okay, so, Anthony, you're looking at the screen, Latina, whoever else. This circular area where that is where the crash happened. So it crashed there. The aliens got out and were moving around and trying to do different things. All right. Yes, Latina. I certainly agree it should be legal to do that. Yes, indeed.
was left in the soil.
Okay, where is this on your property?
Metro sources say the police dispatcher initially wondered whether to send a crisis intervention team to help the troubled witness, but then took the incident seriously. 2 officers arrived 38 minutes after the call, and by then had heard from other officers. They proceeded cautiously and managed some nervous laughs.
I ain't dealing with that.
A few...
Notice, like in this video, the police, they were told to censor the yard. And, like, Georgia Peach was telling me, like, if they're going to censor the yard, like, like the police cameras always go through yards and they always capture things on cameras, but they're censoring a part of this. The police
Later, the family says, call, and by then it heard from other officers. They proceeded cautiously.
All right, so they're blocking out a scene from it, and I think that they're blocking off parts of the yard because they don't want people to know what's going on. Latina, I found this particular video I'm showing. I simply Googled George Knapp, and I saw it and I had a feeling, like a gut feeling to look at his covering the story. And this is how I came across this video. But earlier, I played a very good video earlier on one of the other windows from the same news source, actually. And this one is more descriptive than some other reporter. But this was good. And the other one was good too. I'll put the link in the chat. Alright. So I think they're censoring something. That's why they blocked it out. But no, I'll continue.
Managed some nervous laughs.
I ain't dealing with that.
A few days later, the family says 2 Metro sergeants returned to the scene to ask follow-up questions. The family says they also saw men in suits and sunglasses driving in a car with government plates cruising slowly past the house in the following days. Nellis and Creech have denied any interest.
All right, I'm about to say some things. So basically, you all know I talk about farming, and many of the farmers were visited by men in black suits with sunglasses, to try to get people to sell their farms. The same people that want to take the food and disrupt the country, in my opinion, are also the same people in this video, as you clearly just heard, that are trying to censor people about their alien sighting, and people won't take them seriously. Because the government doesn't want people to know about these things. It's like Transformers. It's like all those movies. It's like the whole time they're giving us subliminal messages about what's going to happen.
Involvement with the incident. Metro has indicated they believe the family that something crashed in their yard. But what?
You know, you mentioned, George, in that piece that, they were frozen because so many people have been critical of, like, why didn't they get their phone out? Why didn't they share the video? Do we know if there's even any video of this incident?
Yes and no. So there's a surveillance camera in the backyard. The property owner keeps that because he's got a lot of expensive equipment there. What we were told is that at the moment this thing comes down and crashed, this camera went out. And it was out for a couple of minutes. When it came back on, the object was gone, but the circle was there. We've been told by Angel in multiple phone conversations that he shot video of the creatures. We haven't seen it, and we don't know anybody else who's seen it yet, so maybe he'll release it at some point.
It's getting a lot of attention.
Yeah, all over.
All right. And that was a very, very good video by George Knapp, but this was the same website. It was this other video. Let's see. It wasn't George Knapp, I don't think. It was somebody else. Yeah, that one was by David Charms or something. It was this same news channel, and this was a very good article. It was a good generalization of what was going on. But this one from the same website that my friend sent me, this one is still a good. This was the more descriptive than the other reporter, but it was still from the same group. So what do you all think of that? The alien thing crashed, and the aliens were seeing it. Oh yes, Latina, I'll open up the lines right now. Got to give me a moment. I got to get myself positioned for this situation. All right, let's get the phone. Let's get the phone out. Let's get the phone out. Come on, Paige. Come on, Paige. Let's switch windows. Make sure everything is connected. Everything's connected. Page is frozen, not responsive. Yeah, reload site. This thing's being... the website got frozen for a second. I gotta... Alright. Okay, let's see if I could get this. No, one. Alright, now... Yeah, Latina, give me a moment. I'm about to get you through. Microphone. Alright. I think this will work. Now let's go to the other window. Okay, Latina, you could call in. Everything's out of place. Alright. Let's see. I don't... Wait a minute. I don't know if you could hear me. I can't hear you. I might have something. Not right here. Alright, hello? Anybody there? Yeah, I don't... Wait, I know what's wrong here. I know what's wrong here. I know what's wrong. Okay, I got it fixed now. Okay, I had the wrong window. There we go. Okay, Latina.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I had my thing not hearing this window. I can hear you now.
Okay. I forgot that, like, about last month I had gone for a late night walk, and I saw something kind of weird in the sky because it seemed really low, like close to the earth. Shooting star, but it seemed way too close to be a shooting star. Like, do they just, like, appear, like, in the atmosphere, as in, like, disappear?
Mm-hmm.
Like right away?
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, do you have like samples of like shooting stars, or like was I seeing something else? Because it seemed like it sparkled at the end, which I thought was weird. I was like, well, that can't be a firework. Where did it come from? From in the middle of the sky? You know what I mean? Because like it went like across, and then it like it looks like. You know how, like, when you look at a person from far away, they look smaller?
Yeah.
But they're not really, like, 1 inch tall. Well, the streak in the sky, like, looked like 20 feet long of a streak in the sky. But I thought it was, like, at first I was confused because it seemed like it fizzled, like it sparkled towards the end. Like maybe it was just a firework, but I don't see how it could be possible for it to just like appear somewhere, like in the sky, out of nowhere. You know, like I didn't see it going up and then falling like a regular firework. You know what I mean? And there was no noise.
Okay, so what color was it?
And the sky like lit up, kind of like very like above the trees and stuff. I just thought it was weird. I was like, that must be like maybe a shooting star, or like, but if it's not a shooting star, how did it have the sparkle at the end? And if it's not a firework, how come I didn't hear any noise or like see like where it came from, and it just came from out of nowhere? You know what I mean? Like there was no noise.
Yeah, you see.
So I'm like, that just you just reminded me of like seeing that like last month, and I just thought it was strange.
Yeah, in your area, in your region in general, there's UFO sightings all over the place.
Well, but I'm not in a. It's a small town, but it's not like super small. But where I'm located is outside of town. It's like at the edge of town.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So it's like kind of more on the rural. And,
Okay.
it is like the San Joaquin Valley, so I don't know. But these guys like George Knapp and people on Coast to Coast AM,
Mm-hmm.
they have said that if you wear some night vision goggles and go to like a mountaintop and look up at the sky, that you'll see all kinds of activity, like UFO type stuff, like in the air with those night vision goggles. And
So,
thank you for the call. Did you have any questions?
okay, so what kind of night vision goggles?
Like the name brand, I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
But I think like Linda Moulton Howell has said what kind. I don't know if it's her or like maybe if you could call like Coast to Coast AM,
Mm-hmm.
and then maybe they can tell you. Or actually, they have like a whole website of like guests and their names, and then like when you search by topic, it brings up like all the guests and stuff, and then like a lot of times those guests have their own websites on their Coast to Coast AM website, so you can like get links to those other guests, that have
Okay.
that have the show. So
Yeah.
all
Now,
I know is like top quality night vision goggles.
yeah.
The kind that will like give you a headache if you wear them too long.
So another thing, what color was this thing you saw in the sky?
It looks like light, like light is like usually like a yellow, like a yellow gray, like a yellow orange, or like you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Like the color like you would think like the fire would be,
All right. What was how long did it last?
Oh, it was just long enough. It lasted just long enough to cross. So like your finger, you swipe your finger in the sky, and then that's it. So when you put your arm up and you swipe your finger to like your right, that's like how quick it was. Because I was like, oh my gosh, too bad I didn't have like my phone like recording. I wish I could have recorded that, because that was like interesting. I was like freaked out kind of because I was all by myself, and it was like midnight, and I was walking by myself.
Yeah, it could have been a shooting star or something, or something extraterrestrial.
I know, but it's so weird because the shooting star was so close. If it was a shooting star, it was really close.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's still like, the shooting star is still like, we don't get to see them enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and they're very, very fast. And I remember, like, because I see them where I am at night, and it just looks like a white streak. But what you're describing, it could have been very close, or could have been a UFO.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was like a shooting star really close, or I hope it wasn't a UFO. I don't want to like get caught and like be eaten or get abducted or something.
Yeah, you trust me, you don't want to go there, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
You go on.
Thanks for the call.
Okay, bye.
Yeah. I was done. Thanks.
All right. Good call by Latina. That was nice. Now I'm going to go do some gymnastics and get the window back. Thank you, Latina, for the call. That was an excellent call, as usual, as always. And yeah, I see shooting stars all the time, and I can play a shooting star on here. Let's see. That's old. Let's get something else. Let's see, this works. And I gotta play it through this other thing. Got to switch windows.
To a point of view. ASSV.
This is a shooting star, chat. Wait, you know what? No one can see it because the wrong window's open. Exactly. Alright, here we go. This is a shooting star. So like shooting star. Yeah, like that's an example of a shooting star. And so you get some other ones. Minimize window. Let's see if this is anything to play.
What's the price of a pack of cigarettes?
And we're going to turn that off for a moment. Let's see. Alright, so...
Streaks of light we see in the night.
Can't play, I don't want to play music. Alright, so... Did it look like that, Latina? Because this is a shooting star. If it looks something like that, then it was a shooting star. Yeah, so that's a still picture of a shooting star. And you can say your thoughts if you want on that. And right, so I've seen a weird thing in the sky too. I've seen weird stuff too. And it is frightening. I've seen like this blue thing that like rose out from the horizon. It was a blue thing that kind of went up in the sky. And it was frightening. It sure was. It was after an ABL show. And I definitely think that it may have been a shooting star, or hopefully it was a shooting star. Yeah. And also, continuing on. I want to see if this article has anything interesting in here that we didn't see before. So, Las Vegas, just before midnight, on April 30th, the sky watchers across several western states saw a bright fireball streak through the sky. A police officer working in part of the Las Vegas Valley caught a glimpse of the colorful fireball and the body on his body cam. At nearly the same time, the doorbell camera at an area recorded a strange noise and what sounded like a crash. Okay, Latina. Yeah, because that's what they are. Alright, Latina. And, because I've seen shooting stars too. I saw one go all the way across the sky in slow motion one time. And it's a breathtaking sight, and it's also startling. And yeah, I think it was probably a shooting star. I don't think you need to worry about the aliens. But always be aware of what's going on. And also trusting in God's good too. One family living in the ranch-style home had a close view of the object, and two brothers and their father were working on the vehicle in their yards. So these people were working outside in their yard on the vehicle when they saw a sparkly object as it came crashing down, and they were hit by what they described as a shockwave. So they were working outside in the shockwave, like they said before. And also, that's it. And I think it's very real. And one of the witnesses, a young man named Angel, said when he looked into the yard where the object had landed, that spot was obscured with a blurry, as if veiled by an unknown from the camouflage. What I saw promoted a frenetic call to the police and dispatchers, like we said before. I'm reading this article to see if there's any more descriptive things in here. So there's two people, or two subjects that are in your backyard, and this is like the police call we said before. And as I said, the same article by another journalist is very good, but I like how this guy is very descriptive. Very descriptive. And oh, I missed all this. Said big shiny eyes and mouths. There's one thing the caller said, confident about 100% they're not human, the caller told dispatcher. The investigators spoke with the family members multiple times in the past 4 weeks, but each 3 times we accepted their invitation into an interview. They failed to answer their door or their phone, like they didn't want to be interrogated about it. See, he became frozen in fear. Like, if you see this alien thing, like, the last thing some people are going to run or going to freeze. A lot of people wouldn't take out their phones and film it because they're frightened. When you see a thing like this, like if you saw a big bear or something. And frozen in place when locking eyes. So he locked eyes with the thing, with the entity, the alien, and able to move. You see, when an angel would visit somebody, they say, "We come in peace." Like they would say, "Do not be alarmed." And these things are scaring people. They're not really, their intentions are not known. In Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, sources say that the police dispatchers initially wondered whether sending crisis intervention team is more appropriate and help troubled witnesses. And they're trying to have a follow-up questions, and it was a crash landing, and the Pentagon was in on it. So thank you, Latina, for telling me about him, but I was already reviewing this story from way earlier. Hey, interesting. We were just talking about Jimmy Carter earlier, and this guy wrote something about Jimmy Carter. It's a show. Alright. So, the Jimmy Carter and UFOs. There's apparently a link. Let's see what this, about the show. UFO researchers Grant Cameron joined George Knapp in the first half to discuss Jimmy Carter's relationship to the UAP. So that's interesting that they talked about Jimmy Carter in a movie, so this shows some of the subliminal messaging about it, of that in movies. And this former president saw this stuff. And yeah, this George Knapp is very interesting. I'll be interested to continue to look at his content. And I think in general our country has issues with chronic illnesses and, well, also mental illnesses too. That people that had alien sightings, they had mental problems and like PTSD, and they forgot different things, and it was upsetting to them. So that's why I think that a lot of people had trauma from it, like PTSD, and I also think that the mental health in the country is not good. Like, there's definitely people that need to know that this is a very important topic also about mental health, and I think mental health pertaining to the alien abductions is interesting, and I think that this alien sighting is going to cause more anxiety with people. As I said, there's a point where they can't hide it anymore. And I think that this will not help with all the economic situations that the country's having. This is just the cherry on top. This is just the straw that broke the camel's back. And that's basically, what I think. Okay, Latina. Forgot to tell me that there was a president that... Okay. Well, I wouldn't be surprised, and I would be interested to see what... if she, recalls which president it was. Thank you for the information. Thank you for the information. Reading through this, see if I could see any more information about what he did. And there's something with spiritualism, because I feel that they're linked to spiritualism also. Yeah, because some of this stuff is linked to aliens, I think. Yeah, so basically it's linking the aliens with the spiritualism. Which, yeah, I think, and I'll look up, see if there's anything with Jimmy Carter and that. Jimmy Carter, United States President from 77 to 81, reported seeing a UFO while in Georgia. Interesting. In 69, while serving as the governor of Georgia. So, Jimmy Carter saw a UFO. So that's why he's linked to the UFO stuff. So he had an experience. So in 69, 2 years before he became the governor of Georgia, he was preparing to give the speech at the Lions Club, and he reported at 7:15, one of the guests, his attention that a strange bright white object about as bright as the moon, that was about 30 degrees above the horizon to the west, were standing. It moved toward their direction, but stopped beyond the stand of a pine tree, some distance from them. The object then changed colors, first blue, then red, then black, back to white, before appearing receding to the distance. So this president saw a UFO. So this is very interesting. And there were 20 of them standing in the little restaurant, like a high school lunchroom, and the green light appeared in the west sky, and this was right after sundown. That's like when I saw the blue thing in the sky. And it got brighter and brighter, then it eventually disappeared. It had a solid substance to it. And then he had an interview about it, and all of a sudden, men looked and said, "Look at the west," and they all saw the bright light in the sky. What is that, Latina? Yes, and he was it stopped. He didn't know what was going on, and he saw it change different colors. So that's very interesting. So this individual saw an alien. All right, Jimmy Carter. In the Augusta Chronicles. Uh-huh. Synchronicity. Good job, Latina. Let's see. Eisenhower. I think, yeah, they were talking about a president that in the Transformers movie that built that dam or something. Let's see if it's the same person. Well, of course it's gonna be Hoover. No, so I'm thinking of something else. But yeah, so yeah, the Eisenhower thing, that's very interesting. Thank you. So Jimmy Carter's associated with aliens because he saw a UFO at one time in the sky. And there's a Transformers movie, they're saying there's something in the Hoover Dam. Yeah, and I totally think that's very interesting. And it's crazy what these people are doing. I see you can't even really... Now I'm looking at this thing, and it's like, my face is kind of being blocked a little bit. I want to do something right now and fix that problem. Didn't know it was like that. Alright. Okay. Let's move back over here. Give me a moment, because before you can't really see my face because the thing's blocking it. Alright. Alright, that's better. So, yeah, thank you for the information, Latina. Thank you. Let's see. Alright, I'm fixing something. I'm almost done. Alright. That's better. So, yeah, so basically, you know, that was a good movie, and a lot of these movies have subliminal messaging. And let's see, Eisenhower. Yep. There's things about Eisenhower and UFOs. And also Truman. And let's see, Latina, getting to your chat. Getting to your chat. Alright, so basically, yeah, Eisenhower, the things with the UFOs. And also Truman may have had them either. So this is some document about that. Right, Latina, got your message? Alright, Latina, I am now going to read what you sent me. Alright. Laura Eisenhower, President Eisenhower's great-granddaughter, alleges that General Ike entered the U.S. government into treaties with extraterrestrials. So there you go. There you go. And thank you for sending me that. Yeah, so basically, and you see, that's synchronicity. You know, you gotta trust your gut, you gotta trust what it's telling you. And yeah, so Eisenhower and these people did these dealings with extraterrestrials. And I think the Nazis probably did it too with them. They did stuff with them as well. And basically, I think that, yeah, see what Truman did with aliens. So thank you, Latina, for showing me that. Thank you. Alright, so apparently Truman also had to do something with aliens. Let's read this. Certainly the most contentious issue in the now 66-year history of ufology. The MJ-12 saga begins with the 1947 alleged crash recovery of an alien spacecraft outside Roswell, New Mexico. Soon after, President Harry Truman instructed the Secretary of Defense James Forrestal to set up Operation Majestic 12, a blue ribbon top-secret panel headed by Vannevar Bush. Bush is interesting. A leading Manhattan Project figure of the creator of the Memex machine. So the President Truman did the cover-up about the Roswell incident. So part of the issue we have with the mass censorship of UFO and alien information has to do with Truman. Something new I learned. So, a forerunner of the modern-day computer researchers contend that the MJ-12 committee eventually brokered a sit-down between space aliens and President D. Eisenhower, during which, this is now back to Eisenhower. So researchers contended that MJ-12 committee eventually brokered a sit-down between space aliens and President D. Eisenhower. So there you go. There you go. And so there you go. Eisenhower, to enable alien studies of human biology and via abduction of animals and mutilations in exchange for the extraterrestrials' black technology. Woo. Amen. Glad you came here tonight. And what would lead to the developments like the B-2 stealth bomber later was suggested that John Kennedy's threat to reveal the MJ-12 alien recognition was prime reason for his assassination. Wow. So, in the opinion of this article, and this opinion, is that part of the reason why he was taken out was because of the aliens. And Eisenhower sat down with them so they could do experiments on animals and people for the exchange of their technology. So your friend was very correct, Latina. Very correct. Breaking the ice. Or is the whole Area 51 a speculative smokescreen to distract us from the experimental weapons testing? The government dangles a couple of UFOs in front of our noses. A timeline of close encounters in 1947, a grainy 6-page memo supposedly written by Albert Einstein and Robert Oppenheimer, lays out a general principles for peacefully interacting with aliens, a clear sign the readers of UFO conspiracy forums of the websites and scientific government elite had made contact. So they've already made contact before, and then in 1948, your text of UFOlogy is the estimate of the situation, a military intelligence document from 1948 that concluded that the rash of UFO sightings could only be extraterrestrial in nature. So, this is everybody that's watching that's going to see this later, and everybody in chat. It's like this is the meat. This is the core, the genesis of the UFO censorship that we have today. I'm learning a lot right now. That's why I like the community, the channel. Different people coming up with different views and ideas. You know, that it's a teamwork. This whole thing's a teamwork. And now we're going to go to 1950. Who should be thanked for the post-World War II boom in communications and technology, like the transistors, the lasers, the fiber, the optics, the microchips, the superconductors, and the miracle materials like carbon fiber, according to Philip Corso's book, The Day After Roswell. These were all reverse engineered from alien spacecraft, just like what I was saying in the video that I did a little while back and on different streams, that they took the technology from the extraterrestrials and they now integrated it into our technology, and they're willing to be shady to get the technology and to hide their information. Because I told you, I will watch these documentaries about aliens, how they don't exist, we're all dumb, conspiracy theorists, and they go into detail about when the alien crashed, when the spaceship crashed, the 5 aliens in a circle that were just chilling there, knocked out, and the things that were over their heads. It's so silly. And I'll say the recent spacecraft that crashed, where did it go? They must have taken it somewhere. It didn't just vanish into thin air. I told you, it like what we experienced just the other day was a new Roswell crash. And read some more. In 1965, an anonymous source claiming to be retired Defense Intelligence Agency official outlined a post-Roswell exchange program that in 1965 sent 12 Americans from Nevada test site to the aliens' homeworld. Interesting. Known as SEPRO. That's interesting. The 8 who returned in 1978 were kept at military institutions for 6 years. Let's look up SEPRO. Okay, so there's a planet SEPRO. All these science fiction movies are pointing to something. Yeah, they're just telling us the whole time what was going on. And you see, with Sephiroth is a real planet, in my opinion, it seems like, from what they're saying here. And the 8 who returned in 1978 were kept in the 6 years. And in 1979, while the most well-known theories about the American government and the UFOs focus on findings from crash landings like the famous Roswell, New Mexico incident, secreted away at sites like Area 51, researcher Paul Benowitz believes he intercepted communications proving Uncle Sam already collaborated with the aliens underground. Sure. Alright. I will continue. I was reading something. So, and the incident collaborated with the Colorado-New Mexico border, a man named Thomas Edwin Costello said in an interview circulating on UFO websites that based on the experiences a secretary guard duelists of race of reptilian workers performed manual labor under gray alien supervision. Now, this is not what I heard. I always was told that the Greys were workers for the reptilians. I was told it the whole time. So, the reptilians were workers under the Grey supervision. I was told the Greys were like working for the lizards. I don't know. Because the lizard aliens and the Greys are like, they kind of like work together. And in 1983, many believe that President Reagan's strategic defense and his innovation on Star Wars missile defense plan was developed not to protect against a Soviet nuclear attack, but rather an alien invasion. Interesting. Alright. So, let's go. Let's go to this other guy. George. And here I'm going to read some Wikipedia about George Knapp. Alright. George T. Knapp, born April 18, 1953, is an American television investigative journalist, newspaper news anchor, conspiracy theorist, and talk radio host. Knapp's earlier work has been recognized with Edward R. Murrow Awards, Peabody Awards, and 24 Pacific Southwest Regional Awards. A longtime fixture in Las Vegas media, he works at Class TV and is also a frequent host of the Saturday night Monday morning Coast of Coast AM syndicated radio show. He is known for his work of investigating UFO claims, which are frequent topics of the Coast to Coast show. George Knapp hosts Coast to Coast AM and third and fourth Sundays of the month, sometimes of the fifth Sunday. The early life of George Knapp. Born in Woodbury, New Jersey, Knapp grew up in Northern California and graduated from Franklin High School in Stockton, where he was a senior class president. He earned a bachelor's degree in communication from the University of West Georgia and a master's degree in the same field from University of the Pacific. He taught debate enforcements of both University of the Pacific and the Industry at the University of California, Berkeley. He moved to Las Vegas in early 1980s, working first as a cab driver before becoming hired as an intern and then news reporter at a PBS station. From there, Knapp was hired as a reporter and news anchor for Class. In his career, Knapp reported on the story of Bob Lazar, who claimed to have worked on an extraterrestrial UFOs at the secretive Area 51. According to Knapp, his discovery of evidence of collaborating some of Lazar's claims made in his story on Lazar be taken more seriously than typical UFO fare. In 1990, Knapp's stories on Lazar earned an Individual Achievement by a Journalist award from the United Press International. However, to Knapp's eternal shame, he also, during this era, publicized, he claims, a conspiracy theorist, Bill Cooper, who Knapp came to regard as less credible than Lazar. In 1991, Knapp left Class to work at Atamira Communications, a public relations firm whose clients included advocates of Yucca Mountain Nuclear Waste Repository. 90 miles north of Las Vegas, Knapp was rehired by Class TV in the mid-1990s. When he left the public relations firm, he wrote a regular column titled Napster for the now defunct alternative news leagues, Las Vegas Mercury and Las Vegas City Life. In the late 1990s and the early 2000s, Knapp worked with the now defunct group National Institute of Discovery Science, founded by Las Vegas businessman Robert Bigelow. NIDs was charged with scientifically studying unusual phenomenon, with scientists and funding based in his work in biochemistry. Colin Keller Knapp publicized the so-called Skinwalker Ranch in northeast Utah, where strange events are alleged to have occurred. Knapp has been credited for introducing Nevada Senator Harry Reid to Robert Bigelow because of their shared interest in unidentified aerial phenomenon, or UFOs. So he sounds like a pretty cool dude. And he's been doing this for longer than I've been alive. Like him. Cool dude. And he has some awards. In 2004, Knapp won a National Edward Murrow Award for the story about vote fraud in Clark County, Nevada. He has also won dozens of Pacific Southwest Regional Emmy Awards and several writing awards from Associated Press. Knapp and photojournalist Matt Adams were recognized by the work on investigative series of Crossfire, Water Powers and Politics that received 2008 Peabody Awards. And also he likes animals too. And that's pretty cool. Let's see. And also he has helped a lot of animals out, and that is good. But a shout out to George Knapp. Cool dude. I think he's a great reporter and UFO researcher. Okay. Drink some water. Skinwalker Ranch, also known as Sherman Ranch, is a property of approximately 512 acres, located southeast Ballard, Utah, that is reputed to be the site of paranormal and UFO-related activities. Its name is taken from Skinwalker of Navajo, legend concerning vengeful shamans. So the Skinwalker is an old legend from the people here before the Europeans came. That there is these witches, these creatures, and they would terrorize people and stuff. And I give you an accurate definition of what this is. So, in Navajo culture, a Skinwalker is a type of harmful witch who has the ability to turn into a possess or distinguish themselves as an animal. So it's like, they could become a jaguar. Like you see a jaguar hanging out in your yard, it's not supposed to be there. Maybe it's a witch. And it's from the old Navajo culture. UFO reporters in Nita Basin were publicized in 1970s. Claims about the ranch first appeared in 1996 in the Salt Lake City, Utah Desert News, and later in the alternative weekly Las Vegas Mercury series. And investigative journalist George Knapp, these early stories detailed the claims of the family that allegedly experienced an unacceptable and frightening events after they purchased and occupied the property. So there was something that was going on, and George Knapp investigated all this. And that is very interesting. In 2005, Colin Keller and co-author George Knapp published a book in which they described the ranch being acquired by the National Institute of Discovery Science to study anecdotal sightings of UFOs, Bigfoot-like creatures, crop circles, and glowing orbs. And basically, so Skinwalker Ranch, I'm saying that right? Yeah, Skinwalker Ranch is this place that these people were at, and they kept on having paranormal activity here. And now we're talking about county mutilations. We're talking about Eisenhower, and we're talking about Truman and stuff. And Eisenhower, from according to the article, in my opinion, allowed these mutations to happen. And there's county mutations that have been part of folklore surrounding the area for decades. When NID Psi founder Robert Bigelow purchased the ranch for $200,000, this was reportedly the result of his having been convinced by the stories of mutilations that include tales, strange lights, and unusual impressions made in the grass and soil by the family of former ranch owner Terry Sherman. According to the skeptical author Robert Sheffer, the phenomenon at Skinwalker is almost certainly illusory. Not only was it several years long monitoring skinwalkers, but unable to obtain proof of anything unusual happening, but also people who owned the property prior to the Shermans, a family whose members been there 60 years, deny the mysterious phenomena that kind of occurred out there. So, but I personally believe that it's likely that these things happened. And a lot of these people like to cover up stuff and hide things. And yeah, the skinwalkers are another crazy thing. Well, yeah, that's not even a page. That's not even a thing. Yeah, so Skinwalker Ranch, and we have these things here. Let's see what a Skinwalker looks like. These little critters. Yeah, so I've heard some like stories about these Skinwalkers, and I think it's likely real. It's, because they're able to shapeshift. The demons are able to give them the power to shapeshift into things, and because the ghosts also could be connected with aliens. Yeah, like these crazy looking things. Like, that is definitely a freaky creature I wouldn't want to see. That or an alien. One time I saw a raccoon with like a really long snout, and it was brown, and it looked really different looking. I'm like, that's a really unique looking raccoon. It has to do with a form of witchcraft. And over here in this article, I was saying about how going down a little bit deeper into this, in 1983, Ronald Reagan with his weapon system to fight UFOs. And in the late 80s, depending on whom you ask, the ASSV is either conveyed by the Defense Department to research alien weapons and biotechnology, as well as a run interface on civilian investigators, or a more sympathetic group of academics and military figures trying to leak the same information to the public. Believers point to publications by suspected ASSV members like Christopher C. Green, a former CIA analyst who now researchers military applications, neuroscience, which should clearly raise eyebrows. In 1989, Bob Lazar told Las Vegas TV, this goes back to George, what we were talking about before, Las Vegas TV station, that while working at Area 51, he'd come across flying saucers and hangars and an element so heavy it could not be synthesized on Earth. So the materials of the UFOs and these things are created with are not from this world. In 2001, Gary McGowan, the hacker at the center of an extraordinary dispute, that once he broke through flimsy security on military and CASA computers, he found the Disclosure Project, which collected testimony from air traffic controllers, nuclear missile technicians, and others confirming the existence of UFOs. So this list explains the concept of UFOs, and Eisenhower and Truman, what they were doing. Alright, there's some connection issues. Hopefully it resolves. Maybe. See, I got too many windows open. No, that's not what I was trying to do. I'm just saving some windows that I'm going to look at later. Hopefully this can help it out. That's for next time. Yeah, it could be. I'm trying to work on it. Drink some water real quick. Yeah, I have it saved in a folder, Latina. I just was putting some stuff away because I want to close the windows out. Alright. Looks like it's working again. Okay, I'm going to read an article about Eisenhower and the aliens. 50 years ago tomorrow, on February 20th, 1954, President Dwight Eisenhower interrupted his vacation in Palm Springs, California, to make a secret nocturnal trip to a nearby Air Force base to meet two extraterrestrial aliens. Maybe Ike was just went to the dentist. There's some dispute over this. The Ike meet with the ET's theory is advanced by this American University professor, runs the Peace Ambassadors Program, the Center of Global Peace. The Ike went to the dentist theory is advanced by the folks of Dwight Eisenhower and Abilene Ken and James M. Mixon, a dentist professor, dentistry historian, presidential dental work. Just to make things more intriguing, on the night in question, the Associated Press reported this: President Eisenhower died tonight of a heart attack in Palm Springs. 2 minutes later, the AP retracted the bulletin, reported like Ike said it was alive. Let's see. Indeed, Ike was alive and continued living until 1969, but in the decades since his death, his activities on the night of February 20th, 1954, have become fodder for the strange theories about alien beings. Some facts are beyond dispute. Eisenhower was on a golf vacation in Palm Springs, February 20th, 1954. After dinner that night, he made an unscheduled departure from Smoking Tree Ranch, where he was staying. The next morning, he attended a church service in Los Angeles. That morning, the spokesman announced to the press that he had visited the dentist and chicken wing dinner, chipped a tooth. Let's see. Alright, now we're going to go into this. South Queensland and native Australia doesn't believe that he figures the dentist trip away, so he believes Ike. Okay, so now Edwards Air Force, where he met the ETs with their white hair and pale blue eyes and colorless lips. These aliens, nicknamed the Nordics, which blue eyes can be found in the Mediterranean, and it can be found in the Nordic countries. So being blue eyes and the blonde hair is not exclusively to the Nordic countries, but that's what they're known for. So Nordics in UFO circles because they resembled the Scandinavian or people with those features. And they traveled to Edwards from another solar system in a flying saucer, and Sala says they spoke to Eisenhower. There was a telepathic communication, says Sala, on the 45, as he sits in his suburban Falls Church living room. It's also thought, though, that hearing a person but not speaking. So they had a telepathic communication with each other. The Nordics offered to share their superior technology and their spiritual wisdom with Ike if he would agree to eliminate America's nuclear weapons. They were afraid we might blow up some of nuclear technology, and apparently that does something to time, space, and impacts on extraterrestrial races and other planets. Interesting. Ike declines ET offers and says because he did not want to give up the nukes. Yeah, it's interesting they want to give up the nukes. Exactly, Latina. It's like hypnotism. If someone was hypnotized, in my opinion, and if I'm wrong, you could say your thoughts, that in my opinion, that with hypnotism, people can make you think whatever. Like, people go through hypnosis treatment, but if there's something you know about that I don't, you could share your thoughts. And sometime later, in 1954, Ike reached a deal with another race of extraterrestrial known as the Greys, allowing them to capture Earthlings, cattle, and humans for medical experiments, provided that they returned the humans safely home. You see, this is what you're talking about, Latina. Exactly what your friend said, word for word, is what they're saying. Your friend knows a lot. And I don't think your friend is crazy. Alright? Alright, so here we go. So the Greys are the bad ones. They're the ones that are abducting the humans into things like that. They're all evil. All these aliens are evil. Yes. Exactly, Latina. Thank you for clarifying my point. Sala, author of The Hero's Journey Towards a Second American Century, published his ET theory in his new book, Explotix, Exopolitics, Political Implications of Extraterrestrial Presence. Interesting. And in an article on his Exopolitics website. And for much of the 90s, Sala studied conflicted resolution and tried unsuccessfully to apply the knowledge to prevent the East, Timor, and Balkans. He says he became frustrated. He began looking for an extraterrestrial connection to human misery. He said he found evidence of ET visitations, including the Ike encounter, on the internet. There's a lot of stuff on the internet, he says, and went around and pieced together. Meanwhile, he taught at School of International Service at American University. In 2003, he founded the university's Peace Ambassador program, described on the AU website as a summer program that combines study, meditative practices, and prayer ceremonies at selective Washington, D.C. sites. So some of this, like, you see what I was saying, how the fallen angels want to get people away from God? into other kind of religions and spiritualism and whatever. This is the New Age stuff. The aliens must have been influencing this. The demons. And their technology is so advanced it can do telepathic communication. Salah stresses that his ET research is not connected with his work at AU's Center for Global Peace. The folks at the Center for Global Peace are also quite eager to stress the fact. The research that Michel Salah is doing is not research that he is conducting on behalf of the Center or collaboration with the Center, says Betty Skitta, Associate Director of the Central Global Peace. This is his personal research. Meanwhile, the question remains, did Ike really meet with ETs 50 years ago? Not our knowledge, says Jimmy Layer-Zapif, an archivist in an Eisenhower library. Interesting. There's nothing in the articles that indicates that. Then L bursts out laughing. He has heard of this theory before. We've had so many requests that subject that we have a person who specializes in this. That person is an archivist, Herb Pankratz. He specialized in the transportation of Layer-Zapif says, and we decided to add UFOs to that. He does trains, planes, and automobiles and flying saucers. The library fielded dozens of questions about the alleged Ike ET meeting in the late 80s and early 90s when several UFO books advanced the theory. Parkrat says, wow, this is really interesting to learn Eisenhower's encounters with the aliens. This is very interesting. And this article was written is like 2004, I think this was written. And yeah, so there you go. And I think they're good at shapeshifting. Yep. The library fielded dozens of questions about the alleged Ike ET meeting in the late 80s and early 90s when several UFO books advanced the theories. Pakrot said, it's interesting how these stories have changed. Pakrot noted in an email initially, the accounts claim that the president made a secret trip to Edwards Air Force Base to view the remains of aliens who had crashed at Roswell. In 47, later stories then claimed he actually visited with live aliens. And I think the nuclear weapons, in my opinion, it's good to have a self-defense. Because somebody's going to have them. It's like with guns. If you take away all the guns, somebody's going to have them. And we don't have the wars like in World War II and World War I, well, besides the one in Europe right now. But I think a lot of the countries don't have big wars, maybe because of the nuclear weapons. But I could be totally wrong about that. I could hear another opinion about that one. Hello, Sandra. Hello, Sandra. Nice to have you around. I'm just talking about the aliens and the different things going on here. About Eisenhower and his relation with the aliens. Very interesting. How the aliens speak telepathically with the president. And that is basically what they're doing. Like, they met with the different alien species, like the Greys and the Nordics. And one of them wanted to get rid of nuclear weapons. The Greys wanted to experiment on us, and they let them do the experiments, like abducting people and bring them back. So it's about the meeting between the President, Eisenhower, and the aliens. All right. I'm reading what you're saying, Latina. That's why I paused. Yeah, so our crucifixes help her. Voices would tell her your God is dead, but I'm thinking if she has implants, the leftists are the ones speaking. Hey, exactly, Latina. Exactly, and also the fallen ones, these beings, they have this special technology where they're able to communicate with people telepathically. And also, if she has implants, they're feeding the ideas in her head. You're right. And they want to attack God. They want to attack God and Christianity because that's their whole point since the beginning of time. And Sandra, I just talked about that, and I will definitely go back into that for you. Okay, so I gotta go and get this thing back, this link, and I'll so yes, Sandra, I do think that they are doing that with the aliens. The aliens are real, and I'll play the clip. And coming here, we could just do this one. This one, we're gonna copy paste. We're gonna go. The Las Vegas incident. So recently in Las Vegas, there was this incident that these aliens came down and crashed in Las Vegas, and these people saw them. And I definitely believe that it's real. So to answer your question, yes, and I'm about to play a video that talks about it. And it's like a new Roswell crash. Now I'm about to play it. It's taking a while. Alright, so now, and this was done by Naps. Alright, so I pause this, turn the volume up.
Of strange
So now I'm going to react to this again, Sandra, about the news article. Or you could watch the replay through it again. I don't mind going through it again. But if you want to watch the replay, alright, I'll go on to what I was doing before. So, as I was saying, so Pankratz doesn't buy the theory either. He believes that the dentist story, and he cites the James Mixon, the dental historian professor at the University of Missouri, Kansas City School of Dentistry, that the history of the Dwight Eisenhower or the oral health. So they're doing some straw manning right now. In 1995, the issue of the Bulletin of the History of Dentistry, his definitive work on Ike's teeth. So we're doing some straw manning. So they're saying like he has a history with oral health and teeth, but everybody does. So, citing the U.S. Surgeon General's records, I'm sure it's fabricated, in my opinion, Ike's medical and dental history open to research in 1991 reported that on the fateful night of February 20th, Ike chipped a proclaim cap of his upper left central incisor, repaired a pure cell. And alas, pure cell is unavailable for the comment. He died in 1974. The lack of dental record from Pure Cell's office, Mixon wrote, has helped fuel the belief in UFO encounters. So basically, right here, there is a situation going on that these people they did good negotiations with the aliens, and Latina's friend knew of the situation and knew of the aliens in the military. And I can confirm what her friend was saying. And the Greys were the ones that did this. The Nordics were the ones that wanted to get rid of our nuclear weapons and teach us spiritual enlightenment without God, because they're not of God, these things. Meanwhile, there's another perplexing question. Why did AP report that Ike died that night? Somebody was fooling around and it went out. Pankratz said it wasn't supposed to go out, but it did. And they don't want people to have panic. They don't want people to riot in the streets. They don't want people freaking out over these aliens. They're trying to cover it up. But they can't hide it for too long. Like with the Las Vegas incident. People cannot hide it forever. Though they're there. Like, they're in the people's yard. Just hanging out, walking around, and trying to use the tractor. Like, you can't hide it at a certain point. Like with a planet. Like if a planet was going to come in contact with Earth, like Planet 10. It's crazy what's going on. And also continuing, and Ike never made any public statements about the meeting of ET's, Pankratz says, but did he perhaps spill the beans to his family? Ike's son, Andy Eisenhower, is retired Army Brigadier General, and author of several books on history, including General Ike, A Personal Remnants. So, and they asked the email, Father ever made any mention with the aliens and Eisenhower, and the reply was no. He declined to comment further. So basically, this was a very good article from 2004 from the Washington Post about the aliens. I think it's well done. Alright. Yeah, because they basically... Let's see, UFO treaties. This is a interesting one. Yeah, so I definitely believe, and there's overwhelming evidence for them doing work with the ETs, Let's see. So what do you all think about these, these aliens, how they're trying to come around and harass the people? And, why are they so interested in the military bases? What do they want? And why is our government making treaties with them? So this would say that all the UFO people that are trying to expose it are now going to be seen as enemies. That there's identity politics of aliens. Like, aliens don't identify as aliens, they identify as other life forms. UAPs instead of UFOs. And also I've been showing the different things that are going on here. Let's see. Now, I showed this earlier, but I want to get y'all's thoughts. So this was, this was earlier in the video, but I think I want to show it again. See y'all's reaction. No. Do you all think this was recently an alleged alien sighting that happened over in Georgia? y'all in the chat. What do you all think? I don't know what kind of creature that would be if it was fake and the person swears it's real and it has the glowing eyes. I'd be interested to see what y'all's thoughts are about it. Because I want to do a survey about it. And I'm going to do more videos about this on YouTube. See what people think. So I know things can be CGI and faked, but they would have to know to do that, and I couldn't think what that could be. So this is an alleged alien sighting. And now going back to the other screen. That's a good point, Sandra. That's a good point. Yeah, they want their knowledge of things because these creatures, these, in my opinion, fallen angels, with the fallen angels, and the aliens, that's what I think they are. They have all these technologies and things like the gods of the old religions, and they want their technology and resources and what they know, so that's a good point, Sandra. And tricks with pictures. Alright, Latina, thank you for your thoughts. And also, the theory is also that our technology comes from the aliens. That the computer, the different chips and things, were influenced by aliens. So it would make sense that they would want more technology from the aliens. And I think that they're woke. Okay, but recently they're saying about the glowing eyes, how the person in Las Vegas, they saw something with green glowing eyes, and this thing has glowing eyes, like the alien thing. So, and the person swears it's real. That they took it. But it could be a hoax, though, of course. It could be a hoax. I'm not saying it's real or not, but this is what the person says and opinions are asked, and because it looks maybe similar to one of those alien things, but as I said, I just want to get opinions. That's all. I'm not one way or another. Because I know about tricks with cameras and CGI and stuff like that. Let's see about this video. I'll switch windows for a second. No, that's the wrong window. That's the right window. Let's see. I might react to a video. Nah, this is not what I wanted. Let's see. Let's see. So yeah, and recently over California, they had some sightings by the military bases. Okay, Coast to Coast AM. I'll look at that real quick before I get into that other part. There's also apparently a planet called Serpio. Alright, let's see. I know about this guy. He was on the History Channel. Alright. Yes, Latina, I understand your point about the good and bad ETs. Understood. Alright. Yeah, of Coast to Coast AM is pretty cool. Yeah, and I think that basically there could be other life forms out there that are like not bad. Because y'all heard about Pluto apparently having something there? Because apparently there was something on Pluto. I remember that because one of the people were telling me about apparently some people there now. Let's see. I don't know if this is real. It's like CGI probably. I don't know. It could be something that... This is some video I'll play, and y'all can tell me what y'all think.
daga duniyar masu inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un yanzu nan muka ga saukan wani jinsin aliens da ya taho daga duniyar masu ya wado a nan cikin jihar Katsina daga ƙetaren ringiros hanyar da za ta kai ka dutsen safi.
It's probably CGI in my opinion, but y'all could say what y'all think. I don't know.
La hawla wala quwwata gashi nan ji ba shi ka gani bar kallon shi bar kallon shi da Allah ku zo mu shiga gidan man nan ku zo mu shige wannan gidan ka gani ko ya gamu ya gamu da Allah ku zo mu shiga gidan man nan haba da Allah ya tai inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un Allah ka taimaki an jihar Katsina wa'annan aljannu shigowa kawai suke yanzu wannan na uku kenan maka gani la hawla wala quwwata.
Yeah, but this is what supposedly would be a Nephilim. But it's, as I said, I think it's probably CGI.
yanzu nan baka gan shi daga nan ƙetaren regular ku dibe shi ku gani la hawla wala quwwata ko me yake kallo da Allah ku zo mu take kama da Allah ku bari la hawla wala inna
Yes, that's CGI. That's still CGI. And yeah, and basically, yeah, that was CGI, but that would supposedly would be a Nephilim, but it's not. Yeah. Yes, and I'm going to try to find this. Yeah, let's see. I'll react to this.
Silent. It was hovering.
I'm reacting to this. Let's see. Search music. Let's go. Let's see.
Bell, and I'm an investigative journalist, and I tend to focus on this strange world of UFOs and the puzzle that makes up the whole experience of UFOs. There are things that just keep us up at night, things that we can't put down, like studying UFOs. And on the show, we're going to cover all the things that do that to us, that excite us. That was my thinking.
You and I have talked about a lot of times over the last decade or so, the big questions. Who are they? Where are they from? Why are they here? What's their interest in us? Oh, and the more
Yeah, because it's good that people are investigating this stuff, because it's just, there's just some things that we cannot explain. There's just some stuff that is going on that, with these UFOs, there's definitely something there. And I totally agree with what these people are doing. Let's see if there's, talk more about the alien sighting that happened.
Light function of the iPhone, you're able to make out what appears to be the actual shape of what was described verbally to me by some of these witnesses who went on record, by the way, and we played that audio on the Weaponized podcast.
So I'm a mortarman, and he's artillery.
What are the facts, man? Like, what base, which Marine base, and what time was this?
2 nights ago, it was roughly like 8:25-ish at night. It was near 29 Palms, California.
So I don't know if you're familiar with the base at all, but Camp Wilson is attached to 29 Palms. So it's like a one-way road in and out of the camp.
One of my buddies was outside.
Yeah, you know, this is very interesting hearing what they're saying because of the UFO sighting that occurred over a base. And yeah, I think it would definitely be frightening to see this.
He was looking in the sky, and then it just kind of appeared out of nowhere. And we all came out and looked, and then slowly, like 50-plus people started coming out and looking. Those lights appeared out of nowhere.
Obviously, a lot of people saw this. What did people think?
They were just kind of like baffled. Nobody could recognize it. I mean, we're all in the military, so you'd think we'd...
This happened in a number of places. I've got reports from other people. They're coming in. The video you sent me, was that yours?
Yes, that was mine. That was from my iPhone.
And the...
Yeah, I agree, Latina. That's a good point about the lights. It could be CGI. It could be. Now, this was over California, and people saw it, but yes, that could be CGI, yes.
Photo, was that a still photo or pulled from the video?
No, that was a still photo. If you look in the picture, you can see like a black triangular shape.
Why are these not flares?
Because they stayed there for a solid 10 minutes, just in the same spot.
And flares don't sit in one spot for 10 minutes?
No, they fall.
So you personally know that these were not flares. Do you believe this was a craft?
Yeah, I would have to believe so. With the picture I took with the black triangular shape underneath the lights, it's definitely not any type of like flare or illumination rounds or anything.
Yeah, I don't know, because this was a big story that was going on, and I think that it's probably real, but I understand the video quality, the one they're showing, may not be the best quality. And it would be interesting to see more investigation on this. But I think it's interesting how they always like to see military bases, these aliens. Yes, Latina, in the Middle East, there were UFOs. There definitely were. And basically, yeah, because there is this orb, not an orb, but like a spherical thing that was flying around the Middle East. Yes, they've been there a lot too. Yes, indeed. Well, mouse is working again. That's good.
I didn't mean to butt in, but I work with artillery, and we shoot illumination rounds out of our arty guns into the air to illume infantry guys. And this was nothing compared to what that is. Like, this was something none of us had ever seen before. It was completely different color. The size of the illumination was different. And when we shoot illumination rounds, it's one, you shoot it in the air and let it drop, and then you shoot another one, This was like, obviously you've seen the picture, this was like 5 right next to each other, and they're kind of reddish, and our loom rounds are like a yellow-white color.
So this was a craft. Was it hovering, stationary? Was there any sound?
There was absolutely no sound.
Well, you know, that is very interesting that there was no sound and this thing was hovering. I think that is very frightening. If, you know, seeing that, it would be scary. And it was interesting how they talk about the contrast between the two things, and I wonder if that's a whole ship or a bunch of little ships together. You know, wow, that's just very fascinating.
Sound, but it was definitely stationary.
How big was it? Estimate to me, how big?
Compared to one of those stealth bombers, the size.
Well, hold on. Stealth bombers can't hover.
Exactly, that's why I can compare it to that, but that's how I know it wasn't that. I would say the size of like 3-bedroom house. I don't know. Maybe bigger.
So, right here, this is the picture. Oh, my mouse is being silly. Alright. So basically this is a still image of what they saw. This craft thing hovering over the California base. And that would be terrifying to see that. Alright, looking at it close up. Alright, connected. Let's see. What's he saying?
This is an active investigation. Were these just flares, or are these reports of seeing a triangle craft? Like, the body of it, is that correct? Couldn't get more information. I kind of tapped out all the sources. I wasn't getting more information. And I'm like, okay, it's time to put this out, and let's see now. The power of crowdsourcing. Let's see now. Were more people there? Is there longer footage? The footage I have ranges within 6 minutes from the first piece of footage to the last. When I look at the metadata, it's 6 minutes, but this thing was described as being up there between 10 and 25 minutes without descent. So I can prove, to a high degree, I can prove 10 minutes, but we're trying to see if it's more. You said that there were like objects that came out and like circled it right after, and then it went dark? What do you mean?
So right before they went out, the aluminum popped off over top of it. Those 2 orange lights.
Yeah, it's like we don't know what these things are, and it sounds like a really advanced technology in my opinion, and how it's real big. It can hover. It's like, reminds me of this abyssal fish that I had in a recent video, how the abyssal fish is able to hover, unlike other fish. So seeing these strange technologies, especially by military base, would definitely be alarming.
The actual loom rounds that went up over top of it, and then after that it disappeared, like just straight went black, and then helicopters started like hauling ass towards it, and they went like in the direction of it, and then it started circling the area.
These helicopters were circling for a good bit afterwards, and there was a convoy as well that went out. It was like a 60-plus truck convoy that we saw go out as well.
We were taking pictures afterwards. It was just straight black. It just disappeared.
Here's the deal, man. There's no official way that UFOs are investigated. People are not going through the formal process like they should. There should be tons of data on this. So the idea is just to try to find out as much as we can, try to get as much footage. So now people are coming out. They are coming with more footage, more information. I'm getting calls every second, which is exactly what we wanted, because this process is kind of broken. You know, the U.S. government saying transparency, no problem. You know, we're gonna look into this. Oh my gosh! I mean, if I'm getting good intel, the U.S. government's not getting the best intel. So I'm trying.
Yeah, see, it's a good point. The government and its different branches are lying to each other, And like the ones, like I was talking earlier, that there's this whole like warehouse of UFO spaceships and debris and things that they're hiding. So the government and the Congress and they don't really know what's going on because they're not being told stuff. Like in the Transformers movie, the first one, there was a secret government agency that no one knew about, Sector 7, and they find out about it way later. And the president, no one knew what it was. And so that's what is going on. As I said, the movies are reflecting our reality, in my opinion. And this is a very good example of this technology that will blow our minds, as Sandra said. And it's good that at this point they can't hide it anymore.
Accumulate as much as I can. Now, this case, if it is as described, that's very interesting. We're talking about an incursion of an unknown vehicle over a military base. If it turns out to be flares, then that's also really important. You know, let's get that information out. But it is representative of what people are really concerned about. We know we have very special weaponry and we have U.S. assets that can do some really cool things. We also know that other foreign nations have technologies that we should be concerned about when it comes to duration of flight, that kind of thing.
Exactly, Latina. They want to deem them as crazy, the people that are doing that. And they want to censor people that had experiences and deem them as insane. Because they don't want the truth coming out.
And just reconnaissance, as we saw with all the balloon stuff that was going over the United States. But there is a third element here. There are machines of unknown origin, unknown operator, and unknown technology and capability that durationally have been over classified airspace, or I'd say restricted airspace, flying with impunity, and in a lot of cases that are documented, even messing with our nuclear or tampering with our nuclear assets, not just in our country, but also in Australia, in Russia. So this is an issue. Look.
Yeah, because all the countries in the world are being attacked by these things. And they don't know what they are, they don't know where they come from. It's a very good point. And there's like a third element, like this unknown dude. It's like everyone's in a room arguing and bickering and stuff, and there's just like one dude like way in the back, and like everyone's like, who's that guy? Exactly.
No, UFOs are real. The government has told us as much. Remember, the 2004 Tic Tac UFO event, or the series of events, where Commander David Fravor chased a UFO, saw it with his eyes with a bunch of other people. It's on radar, it's on all sorts of sensor systems. That was during a training or a workup exercise. So was the 2019 UFO swarms, which, by the way, they're not our assets. Whatever swarmed our 10 warships in 2019 off the west coast of California, I have talked to more individuals directly involved with fighting those ships than any intelligence agency we have in the United States or beyond. For sure, that those were not U.S. assets. And if they were other foreign nations, or you'd call them adversarial nations assets, man, that's an even bigger problem. But the issue is, we've ruled that out too, from what I understand. But that was during a training or a workup exercise as well.
Yeah, because a concern would be if some foreign country had this technology to spy on us, like China or something. But it definitely seems, until further notice, that it's something extraterrestrial. It's something not from this world. And it's attacking the other countries too. And tampering with things.
We are. There's this huge military base. It's known for training people. That's what it's there for. There's always trainings going on. So the question is, are these objects that we don't know where they're from, are they observing this? What's going on?
I told you all this research wasn't for nothing. I knew aliens were real.
That's exactly my reaction to seeing all this, especially with the thing in Las Vegas.
There's more lights around it.
You see, they're saying demons. The theory that they're fallen angels messing with us. All the aliens. That's why they want to give us spirituality that it doesn't have to do with God. And they want to disarm us. And the experiments on us, it's like, that's in my opinion. But it could be all kinds of different things as well.
So this is one of those unique moments where I'm asking for help. I'm asking for anybody else that was at 29 Palms Military Base, Camp Wilson, or anywhere within the 1,000, almost 1,000 square miles of this base. Were you there that night? You know, do you have footage? And so that's kind of what I'm hoping to get. And in fact, that information is coming in. So look, UFOs are real. Our government has told you that much. They said that there are machines, we can't duplicate their technology, and we don't know where they're from. There's no sticker, there's no tag that says made in China, made in Russia. We don't know. But this idea that we don't have a 300...
Alright, Latina, good night. I'll definitely do another stream of this whole thing much earlier. Yeah, I went live tonight for, special reasons. And that's why I did it much, much later. I wanted to do it earlier, but it was just, I needed to do it later for a special situation. But I'm going to do another one tomorrow much, much earlier, which is today. I'm going to do one much, much earlier at night. Much earlier than this. But I'm going to do these more over the weekend. I'll try to do one on Sunday, too. Not during ABL, but, on Sunday and stuff. I'll do one during the day. We'll see how it goes. So more of the other people, even if they could see a rerun, people can interact in the chat and stuff. I'm gonna do more of these. You'll come and go as they can. Yeah, Latina, thank you for everything. Thank you for helping out and doing what you do best. All right. I'll look pink. Alright, so, come on, page. Alright, there we go. It's moving. Alright, good. Now, watch more of this. It's almost done.
In 60-degree complete understanding of what's within our airspace. Now that is a problem.
31 knots sustained wind, top side, gust of 40.
What was splashed? Splashed. Mark varying range.
So you see Congress, Senate is holding hearings. We're trying to get as much information as possible as journalists, George Knapp and I, as journalists. But we have to heal or mend that divide. We need to get to a point where that information flow is going where it should, and then I'll be obsolete. You know, my job is being the go-to guy, like who are you going to call if you see a UFO, right? Hopefully at some point.
Right.
I won't have that job, and it will be reported properly.
So yeah, basically, it's over, and that was a good thing what the guy was saying. Basically, that they're doing good research, and I think he's doing a great job, and the other ones that are working on this case, because it's important that people expose this, because the extraterrestrials, they've been here since the beginning. And since our technology's there, now they're coming out. And my little cat's right here. I don't know if y'all could see him. I don't know if y'all could see him, but he's a nice little white cat. He's happy. Yeah, so I think the thing with California is real, especially the reaction, but I understand that the camera isn't the best definition. Alright. This is the little kitty. Come on, cat. See. Alright, see? Alright. My kitty. Yeah, so I think that that's very true. Very true what's going on. I don't think that's an alien invasion. Let's go back here. Yeah, and I think they could be fallen angels, or they're just bad life forms. And basically, I don't think these UFO sightings are going to stop. They're just going to keep on going. They're just going to keep on coming. Because like earlier with the Las Vegas thing, it's like the people were just hanging out in their yard and they're doing different things, and it was 8 to 10 feet tall, had glowing eyes, and they're obviously frightened by it. But let's just say the Middle Eastern aliens in the Middle East. See something real quick. I agree, Sandra, they're fallen angels, because they're the old gods from the Old Testament, and also the ancient people. And they disguise themselves as angels, as gods of Egypt in the old world. But since Christ came and ruined everything for them, which is good, amen to that, now they're going to appear as aliens that try to get people to go away from Christianity. That's why they're for these new age religions and things like that. Yeah, and this was a sighting over the Middle East. I did a video on it. And it's this orb that was flying over it. And I think that it was very, very real, and it goes so fast, it can't be from this planet. And let's see, the Egyptian gods, like, you see, like, this one I was explaining before, like, this is a fallen angel that was a god to the ancient Egyptians, but it's like an angel, because they look kind of like angels in the Bible, and then they look like the aliens now. Gray alien. Yeah, so now they look like this. And also, I'll say in additional news is that a lot of the food shortages and the farming crises, I think, have to do with them wanting to control us, the government and stuff. And I think the way the world has been in general, with all the stuff going on, that people have become more anxious. I've been okay, but I've noticed other people have had depression and stuff from the times that we're in. And I don't think that these alien sightings are going to help people. It's going to make people more nervous to be outside at night and stuff. It's like the straw that broke the camel's back. And I think the combination of these things all coming together is just causing us more trouble with our country, with the aliens coming in, with the economy having issues. And people need to also trust in God, because a lot of problems that we have is people going away from Christian values. And I was explaining earlier with this Eisenhower, a meeting that one of his people he had with one of the aliens. They telepathically talked to him about going into spiritualism, a new age religion. So it was trying to get them away from God, and that's what their plan is. to get everybody away from God, and that's the plan of the left and the people. The more people go away from God, the more issues that people have. And people being more self-reliant, like I just said, with food. And I think if it is true, which I believe it's true, that the government collaborated with these aliens to mess with us, it's sickening that they would sell us out for all their technology. Yeah, I think that, because the aliens, I remember from what I was researching, was that basically they're very evil, like they give off like blackness, and to encounter them is very scary. And I remember one time I saw this blue light coming out of nowhere, just kind of come out from over there, this direction, that direction, after ABL. And it came up in the sky, and it was looking at me, and I knew it was something weird. And I remember the video, I took it a long time ago, and it didn't come out perfectly, because sometimes videos don't come out right. But sometimes things can be CGI. And another one people were talking about, they saw these aliens that were coming through on the opposite direction of the airport. And it was going in one direction, and they knew it couldn't have been that. It had to be something alien. And something else I'll mention right now is Snake Mound, I think it's called. There's certain constructions that you could only see from the sky. And you could only see this thing from the sky. So the native Indians that built this were trying to signal something from the sky. One of my teachers went somewhere, and these things in the sky, they're trying to piece something up there. And that is very, very, a lot of evidence, in my opinion, about what these aliens are doing. Yeah, and yeah, they're fallen angels, and as I said before, the governments are working with them. The Bible says the fallen sons of God will have influence over the leaders of the earth, and that covers that. And some different things how people have had, in my opinion, from what I've heard, that people have had a lot of these issues with the vaccine, and now they're backing off with the masks and different things, and it looks like when people have a herd mentality, it goes to trouble, because like they want to set people in predictable patterns of response. Like they want people to to do this and do that. Like with the aliens, they have an alien sighting that comes up, and people act a certain way, and the government acts a certain way. Like they want to put people in predictable response, and then that's how the enemy can manipulate us. So it's good to regulate what you do with the different amounts of circumstances. And it all ties together with the aliens, the media, the economy. All this stuff is linked together, in my opinion, because it's all run by the same people. Like the same people that lied to us about Planet 10 are lying to us about these other things too. Yeah, and because there's this foreign planet that they lied about, but it's there. That's kind of way outside of our solar system, and it orbits Earth sometimes. And that's basically, you're right, Sandra. It has to do with control. All this stuff has to do with mass control. And also the media and the movies, they put things on alien stuff, and now it's really happening, because they want to get people ready for it. And like where I am is different than the West. Like where I am, it's very swampy. There's like a cypress trees everywhere, and out there it's more desert. And I wonder why the aliens are interested in that part of the country where there's more desert. Because down here, there's some sightings a little bit, and there are sightings in the region, especially in the south. But they seem more interested in the west coast. And that's where a lot of the conflicts with China and stuff come in. It's very interesting. Right. And I'm glad you're here, Sandra. It's nice that you came around. And basically, like, I'll say, Sandra, do you know of any alien movies? Because we were talking about that earlier. If you want to give some, and you can put it in chat if you've heard of alien or seen any alien movies. I've seen War of the Worlds. And I like horror movies, like classic horror movies, and I like action and stuff. And last time we were talking about different movies and things. Alright. And I like movies like from early 2000s also, because a lot of things in this day and age have become not right. A lot of these movies, and things don't, do what they're supposed to do. Like, they put bad things in it and whatnot. And so I think with the control, like, remember, those that anger you control you. So there was a long time ago, there was this samurai named Musashi, and he was doing these, he was a great warrior, and he wrote a book, and he said those that anger you control you. So the left will try to use reverse psychology to try to control us, but it's also good to stand up for our beliefs at the same time. And have you seen the movie Killer Clowns from Outer Space? That movie was funny. I saw a rerun of it, of course. Let's see. Alright, so let's see. Yeah, so this was a funny movie. It was like a similar scenario to what's going on in Las Vegas. So these alien clowns come from outer space, and if clowns freak you out, I could change the screen. And they came from space, and they went and bothered people, just like what happened in our timeline with those aliens that are trying to use the vehicles and stuff. And I think that with the movies, they're good to watch, and I like Vincent Price movies. Like when I was young, I used to just watch those things. And sports, I watch them sometimes, but especially in recent times, I've been doing YouTube so much, and in the YouTube hemisphere, I've not focused on that too much. And because I like talking about a variety of different topics on the channel. Like, I'll talk about aliens and different things. Like, I used to rehearse this. And I'll have more, good stuff coming through. And yeah, so the movies, I like that stuff. And I like the music, too. I like to, I'll walk around outside at night and listen to it. And then, I'll listen to ABL and them. But yeah, so movies and TV shows and music have subliminal messaging when you play it in reverse. That's something very intriguing. And this planet is another thing that they're now saying that it's probably real. But it's it is real. They just hid it from us. They're so silly. And I think, in my opinion, that, so I'll go to Pluto real quick. We'll go back to Pluto. But yeah, so movies, I like all kinds of different ones. But I like the ones from the 50s and stuff. Alright. Let's see. Yes, action movies. I like those too. I like Tom Cruise's movies. Those are good movies. And Tom Cruise, he does well with like Mission Impossible. And I like action movies also. John Wick's good. I like all the movies, but I like those other ones as well. Yeah, because apparently on Pluto there was something there. Let's see if I could find it. Because on Pluto there is apparently a sighting of some kind of alien, but I can't find it. I remember I saw the thing, but it's not there. Yeah, but let's see what kind of action movies. Yeah, those are good movies. Do you like westerns? I like old westerns. My house is kind of built like a western because it's a Spanish house. And it's like a giant square. And I like the westerns and the action movies. Well, my friends down the street, we used to watch them all the time and eat some food. I'm not too sure, like, okay, I'm trying to understand this. So, is that the planet that has a heart? Oh. I don't know, Sandra, I don't know. But they say Pluto isn't a planet, but it is. And I like Spider-Man. That's a good movie. Spider-Man is a good movie. I remember seeing that when I was young. I mean, when I was a kid. And yeah, I believe Pluto is a planet, and Pluto apparently has some kind of life forms on it. Yeah, because I think, like, I like the Avengers. Like, I didn't really see them that much, but later on I saw them. They were interesting. And I saw there was a live stream before I got on ABL, like a couple of months before before I got into ABL because of the election. And he was, the John Wick, I saw that like downstairs. It was like raining, and I was like chilling and watching it. And yeah, that's interesting. You saw that about the planets, and I'm talking about it. Yeah, because with the planets, there's apparently some life forms on Mars and different things, like little critters and stuff, apparently. And I think that with, let's see, Planet 10, Planet 9. That's a scary, I think, coming our way. And let's see what that movie's about. Yeah. I'll definitely put that on the list of movies. What's it about? It's interesting. It's interesting. Yeah, I like that. It's a World War II movie. One of my uncles, yeah, I have some great uncles that were in World War II that fought in France against, Germany, and also one was fighting Japan. So yeah, it's interesting. I like World War II stuff. Down here, there was an aircraft show where they had the World War II bombers come in, and I got to see them and hang out on them. And yeah, I'll keep this movie in mind. Thanks. And yeah, soon, yeah, they're replaying it. Nibiru. Some racket out there. Wonder what they're doing. Alright, so basically, yeah, this is planet 10, and they say it isn't real, but it's right here. You could see it. It's right there. Like, I try to look up to see what this is, but it's Nibiru. It's like they literally say it's Nibiru, and it's not Nibiru. And they'll say the aliens aren't real, and they go in detail about when their spaceship crashed, and they're getting all the stuff from there. It's like, it's funny. It's like, I'm not going live, and I proceed to talk. And, yeah, so that's it. And it would come in our atmosphere. But they don't want people to have panic. And recently, I think in the news, there is this serial killer they haven't caught yet. And it may be an immigrant or something. That's something I was hearing from earlier from one of my friends. And yeah, I think a lot was going on with that, and I'll be interested to see more information on it. And this is some more information about it. And I think plants and stuff are interesting. I always thought they were interesting. And they say they can't find it, then they find it. Yeah. I'm not too sure. Nibiru? Okay. Alright, so Nibiru, I think it's from, like, the ancient Middle East. It's, like, from the Middle East. I want to see what origins it is. I think it's Middle East. Yeah, it's from Babylon. Yes, the Nibiru is from Babylon. And so it's from Babylonian astronomy. That's bright. Alright, so Nibiru is a term in the Akkadian language translating to cross or point a transition, especially rivers, crossing a ferry boat. So it's like a point of crossing. And especially the rivers and the ferry boats, and the astronomy is a source of confusion and scholarly opinion, and it's basically from the ancient Babylonians. It was like a shepherd, and so it's considered a seat of the Summits. The shepherds and the stars like sheep in Babylon. That makes sense. Nibiru is considered the seat of Summer's Deus, who shepherds the stars like sheep in Babylon, identified with Marduk. The establishment of Nibiru points to the scribe of the 5 tablets. Tablet 5 creation of it's in an epic, when Marduk fixed the locations of Nibiru, Enlil, and Ea of the sky. So it's Marduk's star. So like when the ancient Middle Easterns were wandering around, they came across that. So it's and they always say it wasn't real. I remember when I was in school, they said it wasn't real, but it is real. It's funny. Let him shepherd all gods like sheep. The stars of heaven let him, Nibiru, set their course to let him shepherd the gods like sheep, and occupied the passageways of heaven and earth, because everyone above below asks Nibiru, and they cannot find the passage. Nibiru is Marduk's star, which the gods of heaven cause to be visible. And I believe, and so this planet would cause weather issues to Earth and problems to Earth, and would get close to us and orbit around us, and they didn't want people to know about it. All right, and that's all that. So it's a Middle Eastern thing. My friend, when I was young, I met him at school, and we talk about aliens and stuff. And Nibiru, that's not what I was trying to get. No. Planet 10. Alright, so yes, that's a good point. Now, when I was young, sometimes I was in the school play, but not the high school one, but I was in like the little school plays. And that's something else. I like theatrical things and stuff, and preparing for these things, I got a lot of information from the plays I did. I was able to, how I set up my different things and call-ins and stuff. I got it from that. My school is very into the theatrical things, and I think that it's like, it'd be funny, kind of like they would dress like the marionettes, those things, and plays eventually evolved into other things, and I liked the different types of cinematography and stuff. Okay, Sandra, your question. Why do you think that God put them planets there? Okay, so the reason why God put planets there, I think he wanted to show us what he was able to do. Like in nature in general, he was showing his power and might and what he was able to accomplish and do. And there probably could be other reasons that I'm not aware of. Perhaps some of them have other life forms on them, but I think it mainly had to do with showing us what he did, and he likes creating things. God likes creating stuff. He likes creating different humans, different colors and groups and things, and he just likes creating planets and people and critters and things. It's like a hobby. It was a hobby to him. And then he made us and this a special planet So you think about all these different planets don't have like what Earth has. Like those billions and billions of planets, they don't, like, Earth was very unique. And it still is. So that's my answer about that. Yeah, and I wondered that too, and like it would be interesting to see the other planets, like to go to them, but the space travel is kind of far away. I mean, I think that it's basically let's see what, like, let's see Mars surface. It's so cool, like with these other planets and the surface, because like humans wouldn't be able to do anything here, and they had these little robots and things that are able to take videos of what was going on. And it's very interesting, very red. And reminds you of Star Wars with these different planets and things. How one day in the future, if we're still around in the like Christ before his return, if they are able to do space travel, it'd be interesting. Yes, Mars is the war planet because Mars was a war god of ancient Greece and Rome, and because the Mediterraneans, they were the ones that were able to. They discovered all the planets, and that's why all the planets have the Mediterranean names. Yeah, he's the god of war. And Zeus, well, that's not a planet. Like Venus, Jupiter, Neptune, all those were gods from the ancient Mediterraneans. They did very well with creating the civilization and the architecture. Like the Northern Europeans actually, they had advancements and things, and they built upon that later on. But they were kind of not as advanced as the Mediterranean ones. Like, say, like Greece. Like in Greece, they had all these, they built all these things in Greece, and they're the ones that discovered the space and the sky and stuff. Very interesting. But all European culture is very interesting. And yes. Yes. Men named. I'll see who named Mars. Yeah, the ancient Romans named Mars. And they, as you can see on the screen, they wanted to name Mars that because it's the god of war and because of it's red, of blood. So that's interesting. So it was the Romans, not the Greeks, but they're very similar. Let's see who specifically did it. Yeah, I thought it was Galileo. I thought it was him. Yeah, he observed Mars with his primitive telescope. Telescopes are cool. I like telescopes. And then, who named Jupiter? Let's see. I was right. There is a planet named... Okay, so correcting myself. Zeus is Jupiter. That makes sense. Yes. Yeah, so all these came from people naming them. Yeah, Nibiru comes from the Middle Eastern people that named them. But I would be interested to see what the the Nordic people and those cultures, like what they named the different planets. Let's see. Let's see if they named anything. Yeah, you see, because this is something that the ancient, when the false gods, the fallen angels appeared to people, all the peoples of the old world worshipped them. And Mars is Tyre, Mercury is Odin, Jupiter is Thor, Venus is Frigg, or Phrygia. I'm related to the North and Southern Europeans. I'm related to the Nordic people, like the northern ones and the southern ones. I'm related to all the Europe groups. And that's interesting. And I'll look at the telescope. Well, there's a lot of telescopes. Let's see. Yeah, the Galileo telescope. Yeah, I like these old depictions of the astronomers. It's really cool. So yeah, that was Galileo looking at the planets and things. They've come a long way since then. It's important. Kids should be learning more about this instead of LGBTQ stuff. They should be learning about astronomy and things. It's all about indoctrination. Yeah, and some of the aliens are interdimensional. Like they go to different dimensions and things like that. So they weren't from other planets. And like the Egyptians did good with astronomy, and the gods, the fallen angels, gave them information, a lot of information, in the same way how they want information from the aliens. Okay. It was not his telescope. Let's see. In school, I learned about a lot of the art, the people that built the sculptures, and like Michelangelo and stuff, and it's really interesting. Hubble? Is it the Hubble telescope? That's one. That's interesting. Chinese one. Zunton. That's a big telescope. That showing. Let's see. Taiwan. Yeah, because I don't... It's too... Let's see, ancient Chinese. All right. Okay, it's interesting. All right, thank you, Sandra. Yeah, the telescopes are really interesting. And they have... I remember on the ships, they would have those things. Yeah, and this is a really, really big thing right here. That's a really big telescope. You see, they're hunting aliens with that. Yeah, I think that all that stuff is very, like, important because the people, the sailors, like the Vikings, they did very well with the, they had these different things they used to help them navigate the Nordic Sea. They would use like a little rock and it would help them guide them to different shores. So the different civilizations had interesting ways to maneuver because, like, and at night they used to have these things where you would connect the dots to the different stars. They did that for entertainment. Like, they would say one looked like a bear, one looked like a fish. So that was very, that was their entertainment before they had internet and stuff like we do now. Yeah, and so, yeah, astronomy's cool. Remember when I was young, I had this fan, and it has, like, spaceships and stuff on it from when I was very little. I always liked that kind of stuff. James Webb. Let's see. Oh, I remember this. Yeah, he had a... Yeah, he had a discovery with his telescope. I remember him. And yeah, so these Big Bang and these big clusters and formations, they did all these things. Yeah, I like him. He made good discoveries. Yeah, I remember that, because basically... Yeah, it's so cool. I remember seeing that when this first came out. I was going to do a video about it, and then it, like, slipped my mind. It's like we could take that and find a different planet, get away from all these Earthlings that are causing so much problems. That looks so cool. Looks so cool. This is very interesting. How these galaxies are set up shows you what God was able to do. I think he also did some of the black hole too. But yeah. Yeah, he did do that. That's very interesting. That he was able to do that with a telescope. That they're able to look deep inside of the planets. It's amazing what we're able to do with the technology we have. It does look like a dinosaur. Looked at Pluto and Eris. Yeah, it's like, yeah. Yeah. Dinosaur. And basically, it definitely has a powerful lens. Because for it to go into these galaxies and things is incredible. Just look at that. It's amazing. What God made. It's a nice hobby to have. These look like hurricanes and tornadoes. Yeah, it's kind of like on an angle. Yes, we'll look into that. Well, these galaxies are very interesting. Yes, and it tilts and it makes it appear to spin sideways. It's like a rolling ball. Yeah. Yeah, that's so cool. It's a very cool planet. The giant blue ball. Yeah, and it spins sideways, and let's see why it does that. Oh, and it's because of a collision with an Earth-sized object a long time ago, like maybe like Nibiru. So it caused it to go sideways. To answer your question. You know, it probably is. It's like a bowling ball. It's a nice blue color. I remember when I was in school, I did a play, and I did something about Mercury. No, that's not what I meant. Yeah, so with the planet, like I did Mercury. It was pretty cool. I remember that. Like I did like research on Mercury. And we're like kind of close to the sun, and there's all the other ones. Remember, I was like, there's an atheist I was having a conversation with, and he believes like the sun will explode one day and consume Earth, and I believe that Christ will come in and consume Earth. And it'll be interesting to see what it'll be like on the restored Earth. It's nice blue. Okay, come on. Blue's such a calming color. I like, let's see. Let's look at Jupiter. Jupiter has a hurricane on it. Yeah, so this is a giant hurricane that's going on right now. Yeah, so on this planet we're having there's a hurricane going on, and it doesn't stop. And it keeps on going and going and going. And basically, like, it's very cool, but it's terrifying in a way. It just doesn't end. Let's see what kind of like what Jupiter has as like a Jupiter. So a Jupiter has an interesting surface. Yeah, it's like it looks like a bunch of lava. It'd be interesting to see that. Looks like Mustafar from Star Wars. That's just a random planet. The red spot. Oh, and a lot of these planets have many moons, and we just have one moon. I think it's interesting. And apparently Nibiru was supposed to be in our atmosphere, in our solar system, but it got knocked out. And then it was like coming back this way sometimes. It doesn't orbit. And yeah, so that's some cool stuff about the planets. And yeah, we talked about a lot of stuff. Let's see. I don't really watch TV too much, like regular TV. I just watch YouTube. Like, YouTube is the new thing. And Saturn. Let's look at Saturn. That's really cool. I mean, I've seen this before, but it's really cool. Yeah, because Saturn has a lot of these cool rings. They're tiny asteroids, and they just keep orbiting and orbiting around. And they do very well with, you know, this planet's really cool. So remember, like in my room, there's a picture of it, and it's always thought of it as a classic picture of a classic planet. It's, I remember I would see these pictures. It's been a while since I've seen them, and there's so many rings, so many of them. Hope it doesn't run out of rings. I think I might need more. That's an interesting view of it. Yeah, and I like how we're able to make these animations to make these get these pictures of it. So that's an interesting view of space and the different planets. It'll be interesting one day our technology gets advanced enough to travel around a little bit these things more, but with all the political stuff, all the people that are so concerned about race and gender all the time, and you know, it's distracting us from reaching more heights. Because they just want to regress us. They say they're progressive, but they're regressive. That's what they really are. They want to bring us back to 1800s. And I think that this is a very interesting pictures. Wow. That's an interesting type of view of it. Yeah, shout out to Saturn's rings. Let's see. Yeah, they're comets and asteroids. Yeah, so like the rings of Saturn are a bunch of asteroids just chilling around Saturn's rings. It's pretty cool. And I think that it's magnificent what God created. Neptune. That's an interesting one. Nice. It's a real nice color. Yeah, because I wonder what its surface is like. Yeah, I don't really know what what the surface is going on. Is it water? I'm not too sure what this thing is. Okay, so it's made up of hydrogen, helium, and methane. Extends to the great depths, gradually merging into water and other ices. Alright, so it's like a thing. Yeah, so that's a cool planet too. Let's see what this other one with brings. I gotta do a whole video about these planets. Yeah, they're all just like chilling, like, hey, they're all like getting ready for the picture. Finally. Neptune, the other is Uranus. Most, 80% or more of the planet is ice. Alright. You know, I found a lot of meteors in my yard. I found them throughout time. Let's see. Still here? In this little tea box. This is a meteor that I found in my yard. See? It's kind of dark, but I found this. And it's from one of those places in space. It's almost time. So I really like astronomy and different things like that. Let's see. Let's see. There's something on Venus. That's another fiery planet. Yeah, that's an interesting point, Sandra. I like that. That's a good. That's a good point. Yeah, and I think I agree. That's an interesting point. It's always good to think outside the box. It's always good to think different. It's very important. And yeah, that's Venus. Yeah, she's boiling. I'm glad that I did this. And I'm glad that you came on here, Sandra. These planets is something I haven't looked at in a while. A nice sky. Inside Venus. You're just a boiling planet. Let's see. Alright. Alright. Okay. Yeah, I think that I was just closing out some windows. Yeah, so this is the surface of Venus, and I think is very interesting. Alright, well, I'm going to end it soon. Very soon. Just a couple more minutes, but yeah, so before I go, I'll say that, you know, this was an excellent stream. It was a special reason why I went live. And I needed to do this. I'm also going to go live tomorrow, but much, much earlier in the night. You know, it was a request that I would do this, and I went through with it. And yeah, that's really cool. Really interesting planets. I like it a lot. Let's see. Yeah, and I'm gonna do more of these about the planets and things, and I'm waiting like 1-2 more minutes, and I'm gonna go. And yeah, tonight we talked about the Las Vegas aliens, and we went down a rabbit hole of the different presidents and the different conspiracies about it, and I was able to do this for a couple of pretty much the entire year, just going through. Dune is a good movie. Yeah. Yeah. He's a good actor. Yeah, it is like that. I agree. y'all come up with the best movies. Like, I definitely will see it. Yeah, I saw a movie called Mad Max. I don't know, it kind of reminds me of this a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice. Cool actors. It looks fun. Yeah. Let's see. Planet in another galaxy. Extragalactic planet is planets outside the solar system. Yes. I am, glad to do this as Han's alien. I like doing these things. Let's see, planet another galaxy. Yeah, so those are some other planets. Alright. Hope, yeah, shout out to all the people that came in. Shout out to everybody here. And shout out to Georgia Peach for the good information. And Latina, she gave good information. And Sandra. And Anthony McQuaid and all the other people that viewed this and saw it. Cool people. And now, yeah, now it's time. Yep. Alright. Well, yeah, Sandra, I'm going to end it now. Thank you for coming. Okay, now we're switching windows. That was about the end of the thing. Alright, now we'll add that. We'll add that. Alright. Alright, well, we had a great time tonight with our guests. Shout out to everybody that came through and what I just said before. And let's see. What's going on here? Alright, so yeah, and that'll be it for the stream, and thank you everybody for watching, and have a nice weekend. And this was a special occasion. I did this, but I'll do other ones more earlier in the night and in the day. Alright.